Hello, good day, everybody. Welcome back to round 4 of Sharjah Masters 2025. Once again, with you today, covering this round will be Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea and me, Grandmaster Toms Kantans. So, hello, Raluca.
Hi, Toms. Hello, everyone. Very exciting round we have ahead, don't we?
Yeah, certainly. And anything particular that you immediately want to point out for today's upcoming round, or the
I've been looking at the standings and I find it amazing that, okay, we have a group of 9 people with 2.5 points, and then we have a huge pack with 2 points. I think about 13 people. If, yeah, is it 13? No, 23 people
Yes,
with 2 points.
yeah,
So
we can see
very tight
we
round
can
there.
see the standings. Who are the people with 2.5 points so far, and few of those people from 2 out of 3. The group of 2 out of 3 continues and continues for a long time. These are just the ones who have the best tiebreak at the moment, and yeah, nobody very surprising, I guess, in the group is 2.5 points. Uh, we can
Maybe it's
point out.
surprising that we don't have Abdusatorov just yet in the first few boards, right? But
But
he's getting closer.
yeah, he's already playing on board 6 today, so very,
Yeah,
very close. And he is playing another player from Uzbekistan.
yeah.
So he's playing against Nigmato Ortik, who is actually having an impressive tournament. So at the moment, as we can see, Nigmato is rated only 2457, only in comparison with everybody else in the tournament, making him one of the last seeds in the event. I think, yeah, he's seeded, as we can see, starting rank 80 from like 82 people, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and he is on 2.5 out of 3, which that doesn't happen often when you see the last seeds of the open tournament to be playing at the very, very top.
Yeah, I agree. But if you look at the leader, the Indian Visakh, he was ranked at number 63. But the ratings are so close here that it probably doesn't matter how you start.
Yeah, it just matters how good is your form currently, how good you sleep, how good you manage to eat your lunch, and everything regarding that, just to make
I,
your performance in this very day better than your opponents.
I guess rest is also very important because you just don't get a break. You play one strong opponent after the other. How do you think this feels?
Oh yeah, that feels extremely tough. Yeah, it makes it more difficult than any other tournament. That's why, for example, there are also such strong events like European Championship, and which it is said that yeah, it's a tournament where if you're doing good, you can be gaining a lot. But since there are only strong players, then if you're in bad shape, you don't have any rest day. Like you lose, you play equally strong opponent. You lose, you still play equally strong opponent, and it goes on and on and on, and you just cannot wait for the event to finish. So yeah, it is very, very tough to play these kind of events where there is no easy pairing. Yeah, it's just usually okay. I have a bad game. At least tomorrow I'm gonna have an easy pairing. Not here.
No, here the easiest pairing is against a 2450. So
Who is gonna be young and upcoming player probably.
of course, yes. You're not going to get anyone any easy games. And we were looking yesterday at some of the young promises. We had Faustino Oroch, he's also on 2 points. And you are right, he's searching for the first Grandmaster norm in the tournament. And who else did we have? Andy Woodward, very strong US player. Lisara Asaubayeva, also on 2 points.
Yeah, and then we
Yeah, let's see
have,
how we.
yeah, quite a lot of people around 2500, between 2500 2550, who are in the age of 18 to 20 years old. I'm not sure anymore if we call them as young, talented players anymore, or nowadays world that is already behind the age of counting young. At
Then what are we, Toms? Fossils.
yeah, it used to be that yeah, still at the time when I was coming up in the chess level in the chess world, it was just referred to anybody under 20, I think, as the
I think so.
junior player. Yeah. But now, if you are not by the age of 20 already over 2600, then it's like, ah,
Your time's up.
yeah. Of course, it's not that bad. We are a bit exaggerating here, but it's also not far from the reality, I guess. And yeah, so we also see in the group of 2 points that there are some people without a GM title who are fighting actively for the GM norms. So, as I already mentioned, Oro Faustino and yeah, Konkowski Jan from Poland is also an IM, and Asobayeva Bibisara, yeah, so an IM in the group of. And what's an interesting thing that I did not see before in this tournament, there is only one person without a title.
Oh, right. And on 1.5.
And that
Is
is
this
20.
because is this because they want the GM title directly, or could it be that they have no norms whatsoever? I have find it hard to believe with 2491.
Yeah, that's a Huang Renji from China, 21 years old. And yeah, his rating is 2490 with no title. It's often the case that people do not wish to purchase the FIDE Master title, but most of the time you do get
The
somewhere
IM
along the
title.
way the IM title, yeah. And just for the curiosity, I just opened up his profile and he has been about 2400 already since year 2019.
Oh,
But not playing very actively, so it could be just the case that he's not playing many open tournaments, just training, and has not had a chance to achieve a norm. So maybe here he could be getting going straight away for GM norms.
I remember there was another player from China. I don't remember his name now, who was playing last year in Benasque, and he was also not having a title. I think he also played in Arona before Benasque, and he actually won it. It was a very strong tournament, and he was rated about 2400 as well. So who knows? Maybe it's a tradition. You want to get the GM title directly.
Very economical. Don't have to go through the process 2 times. Just go straight away for the final
Yeah.
one, and that's it. and and so yeah, and we'll be focusing once again mainly on the top 5 boards, where we also have almost all the leaders playing, except yeah, board 5, where we have Salem Saleh, who is right now on 1.5 out of 3, and he is gonna be playing against Madamino Mukhidin. So that's an assigned board, so that's why, yeah, that is also the one we are gonna be taking a look of. And of course, we are, without the camera, we are also gonna be keeping an eye on board 6 between Aposatoro and Nigmato. And then, of course, any recommendations or for fun, exciting games are very, very welcome. As always, we'll, yeah, and also keep an eye out for those ourselves.
If
And
you recommend any games, just remember that our stream is delayed by 15 minutes. So if when we see it, we will see it. You will see it a bit later.
we will see it when you write it, but
Yes,
you will see us see it only later.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah, so we have board.
We have a few moves. Yeah.
We have moves in.
Um,
Yes, we have moves in. So we have moves on the boards already in, and immediately with the board one, Zemlyansky Ivan against Giri Anish. So, Italian game. uh, kind of
Italian
again
game.
slow positional start of the game. And what is your prediction? Is Anish Giri gonna be trying really hard to muddy the game today, or he is gonna be playing it calmly?
I think he's gonna play a solid game, and of course he will try to win it if he can, but I don't think he will go crazy or anything like that. He also doesn't need it. It's an
Yeah,
Italian after all. Can you go crazy in an Italian?
yeah. There are all those
How do you
cool.
do that?
You have those cool ideas of H6 G5, and you just go for it and don't look back.
Mhm.
Yeah, but of course, White has ways to stop it, and yeah, so 92, just a very, very safe approach. Now, waiting for black to commit, I guess, to certain setups, like whatever, however you're gonna develop your pieces, and then white will decide what to do later. So we had somewhat unusual a4. So just to get back a couple of moves. So here, in general, castle is by far the main line, and then deciding what to do with the pawn. But Anishgiri here opts for d6, and here the most typical way is, of course, to play with c3, as in most of the openings from the white side. But yeah, now we had a4, bishop e6, and knight d2. So already getting a bit out of the so widely known theory. But of course, the theory in Italian game is a bit mm, such a shaky concept, I think, because a lot of the time it's just moving around pieces and reacting adequately to your opponent's moves from the black side and vice versa. What is your experience with this opening? Do you enjoy playing it or?
I'm a D4 player, but I've seen a lot of games in the Italian because you see it a lot in at high level and in tournaments as well. Um, I think it's fun to watch the all the maneuvering and see all the ideas, and sometimes even see how you can win these dry positions. It's very interesting positions, and anything can happen. No?
I always feel like it's fun to watch them in a
To
fast
watch them,
forward kind
yes,
of
to
mode.
watch them.
But also, like with a, like you can play back a video with a speed, like 2.0 or something in that
Get
kind
to
of
the
way.
action.
Yeah, exactly. Or jump in the game from the hour two and just see what's going on then. Yeah, so now both players are just thinking about nuances and where does the opponent want to go to, where do I want to go, and although Zemlyansky is still in the book, I guess, completely. Like, Anish Giri obviously is in the book as well. He's just choosing which line to play. But even Zemlyansky is blitzing the moves without any hesitation. Okay,
He's
now we
very
can see.
convinced about what he wants to do. Oh, it went.
Now after h6, we see him grab the head, close the eyes. It's like the typical body language what players do. That what was here? What was this move?
Nah, I
uh,
think he's it's still pretty mainline, and he's just deciding which way to go. Which
do
way
you?
did I want to go here? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what probably he's doing. But I just wanted to ask a question about your game. And do you ever implement these strategies that you're making a bit of a theater for your opponent by the game?
No. I think that's too much time consuming, and I need my time for later when I will actually need to to spend it. No, but sometimes you can think, especially in positions that you know very well, you can think about the games you have played. This is something that I sometimes do. What games do I have in the database here? What could my opponent have prepared? Which way should I go? What line should I play? play things like that. It's not theater. It's actually very well thought.
I
And
actually
I
meant
think
it.
many players do that, right? I think it's quite common.
I actually meant it in a way of with this kind of mm, gestures, like
Yeah, yeah,
rubbing
yeah. I
your
know what you
head
mean.
and like thinking and pretending like, oh, what was here, but actually very well knowing what was there. And or
um, in the way you do, and sometimes your opponent can play a line that's really bad, and you're like, oh, this I forgot about this. Oh, I made a mistake here, no?
yeah,
I
yeah,
know I
yeah.
had friends who did that, and I had a friend who actually spent. He was always in book because he liked to study theory a lot, and he was never out of book. It was funny. It was funny to watch him think during games because I knew he knew it, but he was actually putting up this theater where he would take a long think to make the opponent have the impression that well, he's out of book and he doesn't know what to do here, and give them confidence. And then he would just come with something that was maybe a novelty or something he had prepared, and then he would just blitz out the moves. It's the theater was over.
Yeah, that's all it takes is really one moment of your opponent to be careless if you know what's going on, and then you can stop pretending.
When it's all forced afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, or you just know that your position is good already, and that's it. So that instead of equality, opponent got lured into some little bit suspicious line, and then it's like, okay, the job is done. So now we convert.
We go for it.
And b3, wow, that is a curious looking move.
You move also, right? For in this position, from what I see.
Yeah, I would have to check, of course, the big database to know for
Yeah.
sure. But this is, I have not seen this idea, I guess, at all. It has to be his homework, of course, in some way, even if not in this particular position one to one, but just the idea that he was preparing to play. And I guess we can try to figure out what is the idea for the b3 move.
Okay, so I did a little bit of research while you were trying to find the idea yourself. There is one game with B3 in my big database, very recent game, March 2025, between Niemann and Dubov. And let me open this. Yep, in Levitov, Moscow. Okay. And in that
And
game, knight h7 was played
knight
with knight
h7, okay,
g5.
with this kind of plan. And if black doesn't do anything, then is white's plan just to play bishop b2 d4 without playing c3? And just kind of try to get the bishops there fighting for the center. Maybe it's to stop also some d5 ideas in some cases, since when we have these setups with c3, it can occur also that black is sometimes fine to sacrifice a pawn with some lines like d5, and then they win back the pawn on d3, or they get a compensation by jumping around and attacking the d3 pawn and giving up e5 pawn. So maybe b3 is just trying to cut black's options here.
Mhm.
Anishgiri, I guess, is not completely sure that he remembers this move, as he is thinking intensely, very, very intensely already. Um,
He must remember he has seen it because I expect him to be very well prepared, especially if it's a recent game. He was probably following all these new tournaments.
yeah, somehow the top players, they do manage to follow everything. They always see all the games. This is incredible, actually.
And they remember them, which is the best part.
Yeah, it's for me. It is like the tournament I'm playing in. Even if I know what is happening in that tournament from the games, that's already good.
Yes, yes, that is that is exactly how it goes usually. And maybe I look at what happened in the first boards. Especially if I'm playing a tournament, I know that I don't really have the head to look at other tournaments, even if they are important tournaments being played at the same time.
Yeah,
I
it's
have my
the
game
and after
preparation. Yeah.
and after the game, no extra chess. Yeah.
Yes, in my case, I prefer to take a break, but a lot of people just like to keep looking at chess after the game. So I think everyone's different.
Yeah, after a
You,
very intense game, it's very common for players to be playing bullet. Still, a lot of bullet.
yeah,
That's
or
it.
blitz. How do you deal with this? Do you go back to seeing chess? Do you go for friendly games? Or do you prefer to take a break after games?
I guess depends on the intensity of the game, but playing some bullet, yeah, it does. It does help sometimes. It does somehow relaxes the mind. I don't exactly understand how, but it does help to relax. So I do that occasionally, which seems very, very strange. I can be completely exhausted, like brain completely fried, and you can play half an hour of bullet, and then you start to feel like a human again. I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I
Mm.
prefer not to sit until I have to prepare. I just take a break. It's enough. It's been enough chess.
That is
Did
probably the more healthy approach. Do not recommend people to be playing bullet as it is considered to be harmful for your chess in the, as itself, really.
but it's not just bullet. You see people playing. Okay, even blitz games. We had recently an event with a camp and a tournament afterwards, and we were seeing a lot of chess during the day, and then in the night we had some free time. So you don't imagine a lot of free time. So it was maybe after 8 o'clock, was a lot of chess until 8 p.m. And after 8 p.m. you had some free time. So it wasn't a lot of it. But people prefer to actually get together and play more blitz instead of going to the pool or something or just taking a walk.
Yeah, it's. I guess it's a chess player thing that only chess players
I
can
think
really
so.
understand. Yeah.
And somehow you actually relax when do that, no? When you do that, you have
Yeah.
fun with your friends. Well,
Uh,
there's an interesting question in the chat. Do you know how many GM norms Bibi Sarah have?
no, I
Do you
do
know if
not
she
know
how many
that.
she has?
No.
I would say two, but maybe I'm mistaken because I think I saw something yesterday, but I will have to double check that. I know she has some GM norms. It's not actually her first one. Wouldn't be
Mhm.
her first one here.
Yeah, we would have to check that to answer this question. In general, this can be researched relatively also easily. Like when you see some big rating spikes in the rating chart, then it's also you can check out this period, and then you can see if there has been some particularly strong performance or no.
So
And
yes, she has two norms. She gained, I'm just checking now, she got her second norm, I think recently. No, recently no, in 2023. Not recently at all.
but that means that yeah, last norm from getting a title. I don't know if her rating was about 2500 before, but her live rating is about 2500 right now with the performance in this tournament. So all that is required is just to finish this event with the norm. So easy.
Just like that. Well, she's doing quite well in this tournament. So maybe she will get it. Would be nice to see that.
Yeah, definitely. That would be very, very cool to see that. And
Could it be that we have a move in this game, but it's not on our board?
yeah, it
Because I
sure
see
looks like
Anish is
that.
not there.
Yeah, we see that Ivan is thinking intensely, and there is no player in the chair by the black pieces.
He actually just left a few minutes ago. Should we maybe check another board while this one
Yeah,
refreshes? What about
let's
the
go.
second board?
Let's go for the second board, where we have, yeah, Nikitenko Michal against Indić Alexander, and
Is Indic playing the same structure and with both colors in this tournament? He has he prepared this structure and this structure only for this tournament?
yeah, he's playing Benoni, which is very very brave approach in general. Was it a pure Benoni? I'm curious. Uh, kind of pure Benoni. Wow, this is very surprising. So h3 line and now I'm surprised that yeah the preparation of Nikitenko is e4 as the line which generally is very very annoying from the black side and why people were trying different sort of move orders against Benoni was the bishop f4 line and then on the castle playing with e3 and yeah if white knows the line perfectly then it gets extremely unpleasant for black. You don't really find equality there. You can just be trying for some ideas how to trick your opponent, but yeah, if there's a precision, like perfect knowledge, then this is super, super dangerous. And so I'm a bit surprised to see e4. And now we have the line with castle and bishop d3. And here is this, I guess what Indic is thinking, does he want to go for the line that leads to lot of simplifications and exchanges with b5 or no.
Mm.
The same move like we saw sometime from the white side that b4 there was, yeah, you can play here b5. And this is a very well-known line. So if you take with a bishop, we take just knight e4, and there is now queen a5. You go back with a knight somewhere to d2, then there's queen takes b5, knight takes on d6, queen takes to a6. Yeah, I've been playing this from the black side quite a lot of games. So that's I also just have experience how annoying is this decision in this very moment to choose whether to go for it or no. And yeah, and then you can play either knight d7, trying to leave more pieces on the board, or playing something like rook d8 as well here. And generally, black is without a pawn, but because of this strong bishop, of the attack on the d file, on the b file, also another rook might be coming out. The queen is nicely tying down the knights. It is a full compensation, and there's still proceeding some theoretical moves for a bit, and it ends being kind of fine for black. And another way is, of course, knight b5, and then so it's either knight takes e4, which is not that good in this case working out, because yeah, there's just
Nice e3.
yeah, you don't manage then to perfectly make all of this work, yeah, just because you have to give up this bishop, and that's not great. But yeah, and then on the dark squares, there's going to be some problems. So something like this can be played, and then later queen f3, for example, coming, and there is a big pressure on the dark squares. So that's why after knight takes b5, we just play rook e8. And we just want to take on e4 with the comfort. Yeah, and if knight takes c3, then we take here. And here the difference is that white didn't castle just yet. So now bishop takes e4 is not really that appealing because we'll have bishop c3 and rook takes e4 with a check, and we'll be in time to play bishop a6 to cut off the king from developing. And that's why you have to take now with a knight on e4, and then there's f5, and again some a bit sharp position and something along these lines. And then I don't remember which was the strongest move from the queen here from the black side. Could be queen b6, could be queen a5. I'm not sure. There are definitely some nuances, and here we tie down the rook, for example, and then start some crazy fireworks. Black could be picking up a lot of pawns, and white is looking for some attack on the king side because there are not that many pieces defending. Only one bishop on g7.
There's a pawn on d6 as well, I guess, that can become a target at some point when you take on e4, no?
Yeah, that also is the case. So that's yeah something. this could be played to draw back the pieces. But yeah,
Mm.
it's a very concrete game, and especially these lines, they are very much evolving with every new version of engine. And you always have to double check them. I have not done that in a while, so I actually don't know what is like the accurate evaluation of all both of those lines. But it used to be considered that b5 is the way to just equalize here from the black side, if you wish to.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that actually white was supposed to avoid this. No?
Yeah, white was playing some different ways to avoid it, but maybe there is something that leads to some maybe slightly favorable endgame for white by forced sequence after b5 now, which has been like some new idea discovered or some, and
No,
maybe
I'm
that's
sure he
why.
has something prepared. He's been playing very fast, so he must have an idea here against b5. Question is, does Indic want to find out?
But certainly it's gonna be an exciting game. Benoni is always promising a very exciting chess because it's very unbalanced pawn structure. So black is looking to expand somewhere on the queen side and strengthen the bishop from g7 and launch some game in this regard. And most of the time, either white is looking to block the queen side and strategically win in the center, or to go for some ideas after castle, let's say knight d2, knight c4, and then some f4, uh, e5, f5, and just go for some crazy attacks.
Yeah, some central domination, right? And try to fix the queen side. But it's definitely a position where we won't see a lot of trades, as we see in some other opening choices. It's going to be an interesting game.
After b5, you could see a lot of trades though, if he opts to go for that one.
Yeah, the line that you showed with the knight on d6 was, yeah, there were a lot of trades there. But still,
Yeah, but there are a lot
I,
of things to try from the black side. There's a6, there's knight a6, there's rook e8, knight h5, knight d7. Yeah, just all those kind of moves which can be an attempt to simply outplay white through some not maybe so sound theoretical approach, but just to outplay.
for better understanding of the position, I guess, no?
Yeah, on some ideas to catch. As well, there are some ideas simply to play something like 97 and castle, and yeah, sometimes even just c4, sacrificing a pawn and getting knight c5 very quickly, and just attacking things. Uh, Probably not immediately because we are just very ready to defend it, but yeah, that was just about illustrating
There's
of the
something
point.
like rook e8, yeah, when pieces are out, c4 definitely becomes an idea, typical idea here. And we have moves. We do
We
have
had
moves on
two
camera.
moves. Yeah, both players played something. And it does look like there is a piece on b5. So I think b5 was played.
I think so. But there's a white piece on b5, yeah?
Yeah,
Which
white
piece?
piece on b5. Oh, wow. Which piece is that?
Very hard to tell.
But there is also a black piece on the fourth rank.
Oh, so black already made a move?
I
Maybe
think
he
there
took
have
on
been
e4
multiple
already.
moves. How can a piece be on c4?
On c4?
Does look like that. Just trying to
Difficult.
make out, uh, solve the puzzle.
Let's see if I can get more moves. No? Well, we can briefly check what's happening in Theodora's game on board 3 while we get the rest of the moves here and see if they played b5 or not.
Yes, as already it usually is. Theodore up on the clock from the opening. I'm always very well prepared for the games.
And we had a London.
So yeah, we had London this time, and but yeah, still not rushing. not with c3, not like the classical London.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good idea not to play the c3 move just in automated mode, what a lot of players do. It's worth to sometimes leave it there and be flexible with playing c4. And so we had d takes c5, bishop c5, and after castle, black was thinking for a while, I guess. But we also see that the clock has been switched to white side. So there has been a move. We don't know how quickly the move was played, but it was played. And now Theodore is thinking. I assume that castle was made probably here. It just seems so natural. And then the decision from the white side, whether you go c4 and risk having the position again with everything exchanged on the DNC files.
This looks very much like the game we were looking at yesterday. Was
Yeah.
also Dai Chang Green playing that game, right?
Yeah, just with white
Just with the other
pieces.
color. Yes.
So he is getting comfortable in the position already. Sometimes it is that you can go into some tournament not feeling so sure about some line, and then it somehow gets tested for you, or the structure gets tested over and over and over, and you go out of the tournament already as a different person. have you have you had this experience ever?
um, well, the most similar experience I've had is with playing an opening in almost every game with the black pieces. I mean, having the Rossolimo being played, which I think I've told you about already in the European Championship. But I don't think I've experienced anything similar to that before. And maybe it felt like a very long experience because the European is a very long tournament. So you don't just get 4 games with the black pieces, you get much more than that.
Yeah, that is true. And I don't know, like, if it's true. I have not actually checked it statistically, but it always feels like, uh, yeah, exactly with black pieces when it is playing, that when you go in the tournament, that it's once you get somebody playing e4 against you mainly, you have the whole tournament with black pieces, white are playing e4, and the other way is around as well. Like if it's d4, it's d4 all the way, and and I had, for example, similar experience now also in the Polish league that I played 2 years ago. It's a 9 round league where all the rounds are playing one after another, and that, yeah, just 2 years ago, I think all the games people were playing d4 against me, and and now the last year it's happened so that I played actually seven blacks in that tournament, and
Wow.
and I think that at least 6 of them were just e4. I don't remember if it was all of them. And it's the
But
same tournament, almost the same opponents, but just completely switched
well, they're
openings.
testing you. They don't want to bore you with d4 all the time. But how did you get the 7 black games? Did you switch boards or what
Yeah,
happened?
yeah, it happened just
Okay.
at switching boards with the teammates, and just somehow it came out to be that. And of course, in a team event, I always think that it's no point to be really thinking who has more whites, who has more blacks. It's just all about the team. What's the best
Yeah,
for the team in the given round, and that's it.
that's nice. Very nice team spirit there. Okay, so I think we're not really getting a lot of moves, but maybe we can check another board. Like we already have live feed for boards number 4 and 5, just to see what happened in the opening.
Yeah, but looking at the
Was
clocks in all the games, it does look like at the moment there is some technical hiccup with an entire broadcast, since in
I
every
think so.
single game, one side has been thinking now for over 20 minutes. I don't think that is really possible.
What did
So
we
the
have here? Was
positions are way more advanced at the moment already.
yeah,
So here we had Niemce in
okay.
then transposition into some Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit. We
And
had this line yesterday.
yes, we had this yesterday, and knight b6.
Knight
That we
b6
did
and
not have yesterday. Yesterday we had
c5.
c5 immediately, yeah. So knight b6 trying to hold on to the pawn, and that's not very successful since white takes on anyways. And you can, if you take, the queen comes with a check and picks up the knight. And what is interesting now, bishop d6. So why I'm saying like why is it interesting is that you play knight b6 to defend the pawn, or to take a bishop, and when you have a chance to take a bishop, you don't take the bishop.
Well, maybe this was the whole point of knight b6. Maybe he wants to take with a queen on d6.
The bishop takes d6 that he wants to take with the queen on d6.
It makes more sense to take with the pawn, really, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
since c file can be a very nice, nice way for white to get the game here, and
Well,
also
actually, even if you take with a pawn, it's nice to have a knight on b6, right? Whenever you play d5, the knight is ready to maybe make it to c4. You don't have to play d5 right away, but I guess the knight is doing something on b6. Or it could go to d5 sometimes. You keep the pawn on d6 for a while and play around the d5 square.
yeah, that yeah, that seems very, very possibly to be a plan. But I just wonder then, why do we
Why
not
don't
play
we
bishop
play?
d6?
Hmm.
Maybe it just leads to the same position and nothing changes because both of those moves are forced.
Probably get to the same place, yeah. Well, with the knight on d7, maybe black has the additional idea of e5 after the trades on d6. I mean, bishop c4, and after castles, you could maybe play for e5.
Yeah, you could prepare for e5.
Yeah, but I don't
Or
know. When you play
maybe
e5,
bishop
yeah.
b7 and then e5, yeah. Oh, we got
Oh,
moves. We got
yay.
moves everywhere. Everywhere we have a lot of moves.
Oh, and white is actually on 1 hour and 10 minutes, so he did think for a while.
So we had bishop takes d6, bishop went back to b3, and yeah, bishop d7, and bishop gets developed on this diagonal anyways, not just on b7, but on c6. Rook e1 seems to be incredibly comfortable for black, just on the first glance.
So he will probably play around the d5 square. Or maybe he wants to trade the bishop for e4, yeah.
Yeah, now, I guess he has to choose whether he wants to block e4 or no. Since we don't necessarily need to block it, as we can allow it and then play d5. And in case of e5, we just now jump with the knight on e4. But this
Okay,
can
and if I
lead...
take but if I take on e4 first,
Okay.
and maybe try, okay, I don't have a good square for the knight.
Yeah, here we have covered, and there we have d4 and h4 is covered. So I guess
So
there's...
bishop c2 has to be instead.
Yeah, in these positions, they can become dangerous in case you take on c3, because now white is having very, very safe center, and this bishop is already lurking there to h7 pawn to do something
I
very,
don't
very
find this
bad.
very comfortable for black. I think that queen d3 is a dangerous idea. Queen d3, h4, get a knight to h5, h4, g3, king to
Yeah,
g2.
yeah, that is dangerous. And we don't have f6 ideas, the usual way to block it or counter it, and the knight doesn't get to f8 to defend, so that can be uncomfortable in that way. So either here you play knight g5 or you don't go for this line, I guess.
Yeah. But even with knight g5, is it comfortable to play for black? For example, if should white trade on g5 or play rook e3? I'm probably take on g5 and rook e3 afterwards, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
but at
not,
least
I
now
don't
we
know.
can play f5. And
Yeah.
in case, so if f pawn is on the board, there can be no attack. And if we do take, now I have an option either to take with the rook and bring another rook on f-file and get a lot of counter game, or just take with the queen immediately attacking. I think I like rook takes f4. even here. Rook at h6, that is.
Yeah, and queen d3, you probably... What do you do? g6?
I think g6 is the safe way. I
Yeah.
could try to defend it, but that's a bit risky to fall for some tactics. But if I just go g6, then it seems safe. And knight is coming to c4. Knight on
Yeah,
c3 is out
I
of the
was
game.
hoping to play rook e1, but even rook f8 doesn't look very pleasant.
Yeah,
Because
and if
your
it
threat on f2 is stronger than mine on e6.
slightly, yeah, with an idea is to checkmate. And if you do something like f3, then it starts to look just very, very ugly positionally.
No, but maybe even here knight c4 already wins the game. Or at least, I don't know, I was thinking at rook f3. It looks very ugly. Maybe you can...
It does look very ugly. Definitely, yeah, but maybe it doesn't win the game. But
maybe it's not, yeah, it's not over, but it's
not
strange.
not recommended to try that.
No.
um,
And he did go for knight e4 from what I see.
yeah, just stopping e4 from coming, which makes a lot of sense. This is very, very typical in idea that when white is preparing to push e4 in some of those structures with e3, d4, then we just block it off with the knight. This is going to be probably a very strategical game. It's might lead to a lot of exchanges, quick exchanges as well. But it also might lead just to very slow piece maneuvering. But yeah, what happens
It will be a solid game, yeah.
in some of the positions, how the games tend to end when the C file is open, and that's simply that we get, for example, an exchange somewhere on e4, then we get rook c1, okay, so queen d2, rook c8, then we get exchange of one rooks, then the other rooks come over, they get exchanged, and then we exchange the queens on the c file.
And then we agree to a draw.
Exactly, yeah.
But it looks like, I think the exciting things are happening on board too, now that we have more moves. b5 was indeed played in that Benoni that we were looking at.
Oh, so the pawn went to c4. That's
The
how.
pawn was on c4, yes. And the rook made it to b4, 3-4. Let's see how
Oh wow, that
was
so
achieved.
b5, knight takes b5, rook e8, and now castle. Knight takes e4, so the main line here, and now rook, bishop takes e4. So this is the idea that Nikitenko prepared, not the main move, which is just rook e1, and yeah, then there's a6, and knight was coming through a3 and knight f6, and this was again one of the positions that I played from the black side, and that was just considered to be completely fine with no problems whatsoever. Like, white does get c4 square, but we get the b file, and just, yeah, there's something for something, and the game just proceeds in a very equal way. So here, takes on e4, and bishop g5, well, 1 hour 35 on the clock. Not hiding, not playing a theater, not hiding the preparation. Queen to d7, also relatively quickly, so must be still preparation by both players. And queen d3, rook b4, and now rook f2 e1. And now, after a bit of thinking, c4. And now after c4, Nikitenko is calculating. Actually, this is the kind of position that is a bit crazy to play when you don't have everything perfectly prepared. Since is that a piece hanging?
That is a piece hanging. I was just checking to see if we have any games here, but my database doesn't have any games in this position.
Yeah, I see that there was a game with bishop a6.
All right.
And then after a4, black was actually doing not that great, because a4, and then we don't, and then we couldn't win anything too much. White has a lot of pressure, and the knight on b8 is also stuck. So c4, judging by the speed, is still in the home analysis idea that he has analyzed. And yeah, this is it is curious if Nikitenko prepares this kind of line and he does not have an answer ready for every single way how his piece could be threatened. It
Maybe
is
he's
that,
just thinking where the queen should go, because I guess the idea is that you put the queen on the e-file and there's queen e8, right? So you're not really losing a piece
yeah,
on b5. Does it matter where the queen goes?
usually that it matters. Usually it is that there is no freedom to choose in these kind of positions. I think it could not be that simple because just thinking of some random move like queen e3 or something. Okay, queen e8 is a threat, obviously, but some moves like f6 also can be played, I think. Or no, or it doesn't work. Queen e8.
But what about h6 maybe instead? So you could go king h7.
Oh, that's yeah, that's
That's
much
similar
better.
idea.
Way better. Yeah, now in case of queen e8, we just go king h7.
And now white does have two pieces hanging.
Of course, we can save it in some way like this, and knight c7.
Uh-huh.
But it just looks better for black with this b pawn fouling and c pawn just running. There might be some very clever tactical solution.
There has to be something because he's been blitzing out the moves, and I'm sure he has something here, but what?
Hmm. Can
Are there
something
any
like this
tactics?
work?
Uh-huh.
I assume we have to take the knight if we want anything to happen good for us. Now,
Queen e8 and knight
so
g5.
queen e8. Okay, if we exchange the queens, yeah, then we at least get back the piece immediately. Or we
Yeah.
don't. We don't. And we wanted to take on
Okay.
c8, but there is rook under attack. So that would be without an exchange, which is not ideal. Not so terrible, but not ideal. So queen e8, I guess we can take. We can take on e8, and it looks to be okay. So not queen e8. But what
Does
about?
okay, bishop g7. Okay, let's see that then. And then
Yeah, I
what?
just want to kind
Give a
of
check on
attack
d4.
positionally.
Maybe
Yeah,
I know
check
the
on
idea of
d4.
knight g5.
Use the fact that none of the pieces get past the queen.
So let's try king g8.
Yeah, king g8, maybe queen f6 or queen h4 actually.
I was looking at queen h4 and knight g5 idea.
Yeah,
And rook
there is actually a
e7.
double threat, I guess. Also, rook e7 is very big threat.
And if I go rook b7, then you go knight g5.
Maybe not, because then f6 comes. Ah, but there could be rook e6 simply. And then some checkmate will come. But also, I don't see how to play this out from the black side if you just do this.
It's hard to get all the pieces out. Yeah. They are stuck in that corner.
Yeah, completely stuck. And the same, I think, goes for f6 move. I was wondering about rook e6 here. And if queen f7, I wanted to play just knight g5. And might be the best simply to give up the queen, since if you play something like queen f8 here, I'm simply gonna play rook e1, as there is a fork, and rook e7 is coming, rook e8 is coming.
No, this doesn't look good at all.
Maybe
This
this
looks
is
terrible.
maybe this is fine.
Maybe that is fine. How many pieces does black have? It's 2 minor pieces and a rook. In theory, that should be a lot of material.
The knight is still at home.
But if it gets to d7 and d5, maybe it's fine. So now I need to do something about the rook. Can I take on d5?
d5, queen c7, I was thinking.
Yeah.
So to meet knight a6 with one of those moves. And also, of course, preparing queen b7.
Okay. It's a bit unpleasant, so maybe I shouldn't take the pawn just yet.
But maybe just,
The
or some
queen.
rook e5 move, simply.
And what do you do on queen b7 then?
Oh, I can't play bishop
Bishop,
d5.
yeah.
I want to go bishop d5, but it does not work, unfortunately. But
Maybe rook c5 instead here to get
c5.
to get the pieces out. But I don't. Queen b4. Queen a4. But now bishop d5 maybe, no?
Now bishop d5 comes in. Would be okay. I'm still like not 100% certain, but would be okay, yeah. We don't have time to bring, I guess, the rook in the game.
Because knight c6 here. That should be okay, hopefully.
Probably.
Yes, you have b4. But
Probably
I
it's
think I
okay.
have squares. I think I have c4. C4, queen b5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Still to use the fact that all the pieces are tangled. But we even can play
Bishop
bishop
f7.
f7. No need for any tactics complicated. Yeah, this is perfect. This is winning for black already, probably.
Well, perfect. There's still some regrouping to do, but it should be fine.
Yeah, but everything except rook is defended, so that's...
Yeah, rook b8 is next.
Okay, so maybe...
There was another idea I was looking at besides this bishop h6 idea that you showed here. I was wondering if knight c7 would work. And the idea was that if queen c7, some queen e8 and rook e7, try to do something on the 7th rank. And rook e7.
Ooh. So maybe we
But
have to sacrifice the queen again somehow?
yeah, but at least here it's only for rook and a piece.
Yeah, it's only for rook and piece indeed. So it might be much better version. So let's say queen takes e7.
Then bishop takes.
There is a bishop hanging. f7 is still hanging. That's actually a big problem.
Oh, f7 is big problem, yeah.
Very
You
big
don't have to
problem.
take the knight on c7 though. On knight c7, maybe it's better to give up a rook on a8 because the knight is not coming out. Maybe pawn takes g5.
That feels like we could get checkmated.
It does, it does. Right, because you don't have to take the rook right away.
But we have bishop f8 now.
Okay.
Now we have this extra move. That helps a lot, to have bishop f8, not to be forced to go to h7. But just expanding on this idea of knight c7, as it looks, yeah, this concept looks so cool that maybe knight d6.
Yeah, does it work in the same way? I liked that the queen was on c7, so if queen takes, oh, now you have bishop e7?
Yeah, I think I give a check. Oh no, or a start. No, I go bishop e7. Yeah, because I have queen e8, we have rook queen f8. But
Queen
yeah,
f8.
bishop e7.
There's queen b6. Right, but then take
Still
bishop
bishop
c7.
c5, then queen
And queen
e8,
e8
and then
and rook e7. You
oh yeah,
can, yeah, you can combine the ideas.
we can checkmate. We don't have to take the rook.
So queen b5 forced here.
And this
But
moment.
on queen b5 you have queen e8 anyway.
Yeah, anyways, queen e8 and that looks great for white.
This looks winning, yeah?
Yeah, that just looks winning. And the 96 idea is that if you do take the knight on g5, then we win the bishop on c8 at least.
Okay.
He went queen d2.
I definitely want to see what happens if black takes the knight. Rook e7? Is that what happens?
Yeah, but why do we want to take with the rook now if there is no threat?
So yes, okay, let's take with the queen.
And just thinking, like, it seems so strange to have queen on d2. What is he preparing? Since a4 to draw the queen away from both of those
Oh,
squares, it
I
doesn't.
tell you, I'll tell you what he prepares. He prepares queen takes b4, and rook e8 and bishop h6.
Oh wow! But that's not a game over.
It's
There is
not.
there is knight d7,
Aye,
and
knight
then there's
d7.
bishop b7, and we are quite happy.
Well, let's make this work. How do we make this work? It has to be
I
something like this.
think there is nothing left to work with anymore.
But instead of queen b4, maybe, no?
Yeah,
If this doesn't
maybe.
work right away, how do you make it work?
Can it be? It seems so counterintuitive, but in the modern chess, I would not be surprised to see some more like knight d4. With an idea that if you just take, I am just playing on the fact that I have a dark square control.
Well, actually, the pieces are not getting out so easily,
So now we just want to
the black
checkmate.
pieces.
Yeah, something c3 is kind of screaming to me. At least we get a rook, which we didn't have before.
And maybe queen f6.
Knight h6, knight d7. Oh,
Check.
knight d7 is not so good. That's not so good.
Check, yeah.
Let's check, and then it's a
Bishop.
checkmate. So my plan is not working. Okay, that's not good. So no c3. And we cannot go knight d7 to prepare f6, so it kind of feels like there's no way to deal with the dark squares.
I don't see a way to defend against bishop h6. Queen d7? That looks artificial.
It doesn't exactly defend as well.
No, but it gives you the option, yeah, to move the f pawn, probably to f5. I don't know. It looks so
Yeah,
bad. Queen
and then we
f6.
get
Rook e8
checkmated
also, yeah.
immediately.
Yes.
So yeah, so maybe it's not possible to take on d4, and at this moment you need something clever else. Maybe
So
some
queen c3.
I don't know.
And if pawn takes, rook
And
b2.
rook takes d4.
Oh,
I'm just trying to think like an engine a bit.
Well, pawn takes.
Yeah, now I just play.
Now at least you get the knight out.
It's just a game.
Rook b1 and queen d7, rook e7. It's not a pleasant game, is it?
Okay, queen comes to
Not
a4
yet.
then. To a4,
Not
yeah.
yet.
If black gets out with the bishop, then it's close to decisive
Yeah, that's
advantage,
b5.
maybe.
Yeah.
And here, I think still none of the queen sacrifices work, because we still can, after rook e8, bishop h6, just play bishop b7 and defend from the checkmate. Oh,
Okay. So c3 is interesting. An
yeah, but
interesting resource here.
queen
Queen takes
also
then.
can take here.
Rook c4. Oh, you take? No, you can't take.
But now knight takes b5.
Yes, knight takes b5. So many
And
things hanging. Queen c3, just bishop c3, take it, and
just take it, yeah. Maybe then pawn just, yeah, 96. Mate, hanging, dark squares.
white has a lot of pieces playing and black only the rook. Okay, so queen c4 then? No, but queen c4 we established that rook e8. The queen cannot move.
Because this is gonna be losing, right?
Same rook e8? Doesn't that
Yeah,
still work?
bishop f8.
And
There is rook takes f8, king f8, knight e6.
that's mate.
That's a checkmate, I guess.
Pawn takes. Ah, queen f6 first. Yes,
f6.
that's a checkmate. And maybe now bishop h6.
Oh, no checks. No need to be delivering a checkmate or checks. We can just do it this way. Oh wow. There is so much to blunder in this position.
So that means that c3 is a no-no. So knight d4 is the way to go after queen b5. Okay, what if queen a4 seems to be the only move to defend the 8 and the rook? Then b3, no?
b3, we'll just take it, yeah. And then the knight is hanging.
But you can play pawn takes b3. So how is it? b3, c takes, a takes?
Takes d4.
And now takes on a4 with the pawn.
Takes
I just want to
d2.
see if I can do the checkmate again. Yes. Knight.
Wait, again?
The knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's no rook c1. Okay, there's no rook c1. Could take the rook on d2, but it's two pieces. Okay. Instead of going to h6, maybe we can take the rook.
b7.
And I'm not in time for anything. But rook b1 maybe now.
Then you at least get two pieces back. No.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
know
can.
if I do. You probably move the knight.
To
d7 is fine or not?
d7, a6. Not sure which is better. But now you can take on f8 and on b7, so you get the two pieces back.
Ah, and all this fight was just for an equal endgame.
Draw agreed. Okay, but we at least have some line that looks like a line. And sometimes there is this yeah, the chess exactly this way develops in some of the positions. But now we have some moves from the white side that we can try to implement. Oh, actually, and now queen takes b4.
Why does it work now? Rook check.
Here, 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 and knight e7.
Oh.
Is it winning or not?
I don't know. It's nice though.
It's
Knight
not
e7,
winning.
king h8.
It doesn't do anything. I got already too
Because the
excited
rook.
about.
Oh, it's not even checkmate.
It's not a checkmate, yeah. That is the issue. We take, and then the king later just runs. It looked so good, 97, but it's not enough. Oh, yeah, yeah. And here, no, we can't. If we start with 96, it doesn't help anything.
This could easily be the most exciting game of this round.
Yeah, definitely. And this position is not gonna be good because there's queen b2, yeah. And we don't have, we are one time for short, maybe? Although, rook d1? Just wondering, how does this stand?
Threatening bishop h6.
So probably queen b7. Ah, that's why in this position I'm going rook e1. And then it works. Oh no, it doesn't work. So what I
So
wanted to do,
how? Yes.
I wanted to
Okay, so one rook.
take and play bishop h6, but you just take and you just put queen g7 and stay with an extra piece.
Right,
I
and
have,
rook e8.
I have sacrificed way too much.
In rook e8, there must be some similar defense with what? Maybe knight d7, rook a8, and maybe
Okay,
you get a second queen.
but now we're only piece down. Oh well, so we had rook takes b2
And
and
queen
queen
f4.
f4. Okay, so we still didn't manage to calculate at all what happened if you took on b5 immediately. He took on
No.
b2 in the middle, and he now takes on b5. Some idea that also rook on a1 is hanging.
Well, but this looks like a better version for sure. But now rook e7. What's the plan on rook e7? Take on e7 and take on e1? Is that it?
I
Does he
think
want to?
it's... Or even just take on a1 immediately. Oh
But
no,
that's checkmate.
that's a checkmate.
Queen
Queen
f7,
f7.
yes.
Yeah, okay. So we gotta take, and we take, yeah. We still have an extra piece.
But queen d6 is threatening.
d4,
Ah, queen d6.
d6.
Queen d6, I was going for queen d8. But knight d7 should defend.
I think we're gonna see out of nowhere some just draw appearing out of nowhere. Just everything will get exchanged, and there's gonna be some weird position that is just a draw. It's the way it's usually these openings, they look incredibly exciting until the moment that you turn on engine and it turns out that it's all just a draw.
Is there anything else besides rook e7 here to look at and try to figure out?
Bishop h6, is that a move? No, probably
Not
not.
threatening anything, no? Maybe black can get one of the pieces out. Maybe knight a6.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't even have queen d6 because this happens. What? Rook d1 simply.
Just normal chess. What's the problem? It's not like white is down a piece.
What is happening?
Well, he's threatening rook e7. And he's probably saying that there's no obvious defense against it. So, for example, if I play bishop e5, am I just gonna get killed on the dark squares again?
Oh yeah, that's
Take with a knight and take with a queen, and a lot of checkmates coming. Bishop h6, queen e8.
yeah. It didn't help to exchange the knight from f3. That's not the piece that it's attacking.
No, you have to trade the bishop, but I was trying to defend against rook e7 for now. We take it one by one.
Okay, so what about, I don't know, h6?
Rook e7.
Again, I'm blundering queen f7. Check.
And mate. It's not
Although,
just a check.
okay, now it's not a checkmate at least on the 8th
No,
rank.
and now I don't have rook e8 as before.
Hiding. Okay, so queen h, so h6 actually makes a lot of sense. Just dealing with the back rank issues. So just to, yeah, the point on bishop h6, I don't really know what is my next move yet, but my idea was that there is no checkmate just yet, and now there's no threat of rook e7. So I'm hoping that now I have time to solve at least some of the problems that I have here.
But it feels the problem is that the pieces on the queen side, they don't have any squares. How do they come out? Bishop b7 and take
Yeah,
on
or knight
h4.
a6.
It's
Just,
gonna take a while, so
yeah, I'm just thinking if I need bishop to help on this diagonal or no. That's why I'm hesitant to play bishop b7. But let's say bishop b7, yeah.
did queen f5 work? Or rook e8 was just very
Yeah,
strong?
rook e8 with knight g5
No, it's knight g5, no? Yeah.
felt like it should work. Oh yeah, so there was just a checkmate actually, we can show it. So here we have knight g5, and now we just have a checkmate on h4.
Oh, queen h4. I was looking at knight f7, but queen
Yeah, me
h4 is
too, initially. Was looking at knight h7, king f here, rook h8, queen h6. But queen h4
too complicated.
is easier, a bit easier. So yeah, in this line after takes bishop b7, could we just go back bishop g5?
And queen h4 was also a move I was looking at with rook e7 idea, but also knight g5. Okay, rook e7 is not really a threat anymore.
Yeah, now we can just take on d5 already, I think.
Mm-hmm. And knight g5 doesn't have a threat either.
And of course take on g7 and then play knight g5.
But
But
this is what I'm thinking, that in this position there isn't a real threat. For example, if you take on d1, it's not a checkmate or anything.
is it not?
It is. King goes f to f6. What if I keep taking?
I don't know. I'm for now just giving checks. I'm gonna count the pieces later. Okay, f4.
f4 because there's queen h6. So I go. Well, I think if I take it also, queen
Queen
h6, queen
h4.
h4,
And I think I
king
have much.
f5, and now g4. Well, this now looks like there could be a checkmate. After g5,
Oh,
king
yeah.
f3.
Queen g4. Oh, that's
No,
not a
it's not
checkmate.
mate.
It was a checkmate after king f5, but
It
not
was, yeah.
after. Now queen f2 is a checkmate.
Queen f2 is a checkmate. Okay, but on f4 I could have gone king f5, which was my other idea.
Okay,
Because
now
now when you play
g4.
f4, and you go queen f6. I take queen f6 and queen f2 again. but that's still not a checkmate yet. King g3. I'm just gonna go around that pawn.
What is happening here?
Queen f2, king h3. Queen h2, king g4.
I'm running out of pieces. But I think that here, after rook d1, with the king on g3, it should be bad.
I like my rook on d1. Okay, yes.
I don't see a mate, but
No, I was looking at queen c6, so I threatened mate as well. And wondering if you would checkmate me if I go queen c6.
I think I would eventually. Oh, that's forced?
Yes, queen f4 is not a mate. King d6.
What is
The king,
happening right now?
this was a very brave king. The king went all the way to g3, picked up all the pawns on the king's side, and now is going back slowly to back to g7 into safety.
Oh,
Maybe
wow.
there was probably a checkmate somewhere.
Yeah, and now actually it seems like it's working, but maybe even in some position like this, that I just play take on d1 right now. And then I have still extra rook f1 ideas and still something queen h6. I have multiple checks available. And something queen d4 I have. And something should be working in a position like this. But yeah.
But this is just for fun.
Yeah, this was
Why?
just for fun because oh yeah, because in this moment you can also just take also rook g5, for example. And that just works out perfectly for black. Development, 2 pieces for rook. And that's it. And the same way, if you take on d5, then again it becomes more easy because now this idea is not going to work because now I think indeed there's nothing after queen h7. King is perfectly safe on f6. There's nobody to attack it.
No other checks.
Although it's not so safe, I just realized. There's queen h6. With knight h6, queen h7, queen g5 mate ideas.
Nice. That's very nice. Well, actually, 95 maybe can.
But that's not over. That's a game. And it could be good for white as well.
Hmm. It's funny how there are always things.
Just because of bad piece coordination. Yeah, maybe. No, rook e8, we don't want to leave the rook. I thought maybe we could take rook e5, but I don't want to allow queen h8 ideas.
Maybe instead of 95, bishop e6 was more. Is rook e6? No, rook e6 takes. I think that's fine.
Okay, I have at least a perpetual now, I think. Oh no, that's a queen.
Oh. Oh no.
So
yeah, this is winning.
that actually works.
So 95 has to be played, and you're right. Nothing else. So
Okay,
even if
so
you do take the pawn on d5, basically it's not so easy for black to get out of this pressure. There's so
yeah,
much going on around the king.
but maybe some move like f6 would keeps it together.
And if takes on g7 and rook e6, you know, 7.
Rook e1, I guess, yeah.
Yep.
No. I think I feel fine with this position from black.
Right.
It's these two pawns are gonna be running very quickly. And I like two pieces, no weaknesses anymore. Yeah, I think I feel very fine here.
Much better than everything we had before.
Yeah, but actually that is still the position on the board is after rook d1, and we were now all the time looking at h6 move, which is one idea. But there are other ways how to play, I think, from the black side.
I feel like there are so many options. I feel like here black needs to find the exact way to continue.
Yeah, this you can
I'm not
calculate and
sure what else.
calculate here. F6 is one idea that comes to mind. F5 is an idea, maybe. And also I'm just thinking about some ways to give up a piece with knight c6, but I don't exactly know how yet. Could it be still in the preparation, kind of? Yeah, just yeah, reminding. I see some more suggestions in the chat that the position that you see in the stream is something that we spoke about 15 minutes ago. So now we already have moved on for a while, so we don't
But
exactly know.
speaking about bishop f8, I was just wondering if here does it make any bishop f8 just defend against rook e7? It doesn't
Yeah,
look right, but maybe it works.
it
It
came to my
works.
mind as a move. It looks incredibly wrong,
It does.
but there is one threat. So first question is, what if we just defend against the threat? Maybe bishop h6 is the principled line
Yeah.
now,
Yeah, I feel like bishop h6 should be the move.
since now there are no queen moves due to rook e8. Although I thought there are no queen moves, but actually rook e8 you can just answer knight d7 and it's all
97.
fine. He went h5, not h6. No need to open up the h file.
No need to give up the pawn, he says, no?
Yeah, he just took a pawn. He took a piece. No, why would he
So
go back a pawn?
but what happens on rook e7?
Queen f5, I guess.
And again, there's no checkmate. It's rook e8, king h7. Okay, that seems fine.
It doesn't seem fine, but it looks like it doesn't lose.
But that, yes, that is fine, no? Mhm.
Because let's say I want to just do some useful move from white side here. I'm wondering what is black gonna do next. Say rook e1.
I think black will be very happy to trade queens.
But then either knight g5 comes or the bishop falls.
Knight g5 is annoying.
So that's why I was thinking, like, what is next move from the black if we actually go for something like this?
What about bishop d7?
Okay, and now d8. Just looking to grind it out positionally.
Yeah, but now I think I'm looking at takes on f4 and bishop f6.
You do manage to.
At least I'm not getting mated. I don't know, maybe I even win another rook. King g7, for example. You take on d6, rook d5.
But then I take on b8.
You take
Ah,
on
but you are pawn up. That's fine. Black is pawn
Okay,
up
but
with two
I
bishops.
don't need to play king g7 then, no? I could
This
have
is
just taken on d5.
this is probably a winning endgame. And now to take on d5.
You take on f7 and I'm... Yeah, I forgot about f7. King g7 is still... sorry, bishop g7. No, king rook e7.
Then we have
Okay.
rook e7, yeah.
No. This is not...
No, but that endgame is winning for black, so
After
you
king
can...
g7.
Yeah, with the two bishops and the c pawn, it's totally okay. Okay, rook e1 was not the move. It was just for the idea that what if you just try to maintain the position as it is? So, okay, let's try to do it in some other way. Let's try to play just rook d8.
Knight d7 maybe?
7. Perhaps I take on d6 now. Very not clear.
No.
Still, even it's a full piece, which is incredible. Not even for a pawn, it's just a full piece, but there are so many tricks.
Like for example, if bishop e5 you lose. I think black loses material, no? I was looking at bishop e5, knight e5, queen e5, but there's rook d7 in the end. I think it was.
But we also can at least take back a piece by exchanging and playing bishop f6.
And that's mate.
There is bishop b7, but that gives us back the piece as minimum. But
And what about maybe the knight to e5?
yeah, that looks strong. To get rid of this knight looks very, very strong. And okay, we take on e5.
I guess take that way, because if bishop takes, queen f8 is a problem.
That was the threat.
Yeah, queen c6.
Now we have a rook hanging on d8, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Again, yeah, I
Wait,
guess
but
it's not really
queen
working.
e8? Sorry, on queen c6, queen g5, queen e8?
But there is no
It's not checkmate.
Yeah, h5 is useful. It gives a lot of squares. Maybe this is still playable, but not more than a draw for white.
I still don't have bishop b7, for example.
But we can sacrifice
You
that.
can sacrifice, but... Well, I have one last idea with rook a to b8. No, it doesn't work.
This actually, I think, loses to bishop f6. And here we just take on like this on t6.
Well, yeah. No, I have g5.
You can just bishop or g5, yeah, or rook b6 or some other moves. Okay, it cannot lose, yeah. There is no way to lose this from black. But white can escape to a draw somewhere, maybe. Okay, I guess we could take a look at other boards. It's super exciting, but we can be
I was trying.
Running those lines forever, I think.
I've been checking some of the other games, see if there's anything as exciting as this, but that's hard to.
So there is a draw already on board 4, very,
Yes.
very near the position where we left it. We can just show what happened there. And just to be done with the game. We left it after 94. They just exchanged, and they didn't even wait to exchange all the pieces on the C file. They just agreed to draw immediately.
Black offered the draw, looking at white. You know I'm going to exchange everything on the C file, don't you?
So players took a
So,
rest day,
yeah,
in a way.
that comes well in such a strong tournament. Well received.
So should we circle back to board 1 or board 3?
Yeah, let's see what's going on
Any preference?
Well, let's see board 1. It's been a while. We must have a lot of moves. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we saw it after b3, which was still relatively quickly played, and the knight h7 exactly also got played.
And here knight f1 was played in that game instead of
Okay.
h3.
And interestingly, yeah, now Ivan was not ready for this. Knight h7, and he spent 20 minutes. And now knight f1, okay. A moment later. So the knight gets exchanged, and black is going to exchange the dark square bishop, which doesn't do very much, stuck on e7. White refuses. Then not giving any outpost squares for the knight. g6, very, very useful move. Bishop c3. Preparing, I guess, b4, b5, some expanding on the queen side. a5, blocking it. Bishop d5, again, just looking to change, I guess, the pawn structure in some favorable way, and again, refusing the exchange. So now we have such a strategical maneuvering again happening. My first impression is I do like black's position, as it seems like plan for black is much more obvious than for white.
Is it to go f5?
Does want to go f5, but I guess knight e2 is preparation against king g7 to
d4.
play d4.
What about king h7 then?
So king h7, it must
Still
be
d4?
d4 anyways. Let's see. f5.
Let's make this messy as well. it was too quiet.
But it looks great for black. White's pieces, they are lacking the harmony, the coordination. They are all doing something, but there's not the impression that they are working as a team. And what is the move? If we take on c6, then this spin is very annoying. If we take on e5, then knight e5, even knight e5 is just very unpleasant, but also de, and still with the pressure on the f file.
I think after 95 is very hard for white to find a square for the queen. Probably has to remove the knight, play bishop e5.
And taking on f5 also seems very, very daring to open up the f file just like that. Okay, so I don't think on king h7 we can go d4. Maybe, no, queen g3 would be natural to take it off the f file, but it comes into some bishop h4 problems. And do we go back?
Still f5. The thing is that now the bishop is well placed on h4 because it looks at f2. So it's not necessarily an improving move.
Yeah, I like those moves from the black. Exchanging the knight from f6, which was on the way to moving f pawn, removing the knight from f3, which was the white's stronger knight, and then yeah, trying to work to exchange the bishop. And if the exchange is refused, then what happens is that black's bishop is actually quite powerful, controlling a lot of squares. And now we're just taking control of the board, making sure that this structure is not maybe the most flexible for white. White is solid, but it's very, very hard to advance on the queen side to get any game there. And on the king side, black seems to be more ready for the game than white, especially with the queen on f3. So king h7, it looks very
Looks
strong.
natural, yeah.
And it could be that we are gonna see another masterpiece, so to say, from Anish Giri. Just a game which looks easily logical, and then suddenly the position is getting so good and good and good and good. Of course, nothing is over, everything is just starting, but the feeling of it so far is very, very similar than like yesterday.
And black is slowly, it's easier to find moves for black than for white. It's what happened yesterday as well.
And even if you think about the play on the king side, black's bishop is ready for it. This bishop is ready for it. The rook is gonna stay on f file, the other rook can come to e file, while white's bishop on c3 is not participating there, really. Bishop on d5 after king h7 is only partially taking part, and the rook is on a1 rather than f1, where it could be very useful to support some f4 ideas, f2 square, and queen f6 he plays though. It feels like we had been missing something after king h7 in that case.
We're getting overly excited about this.
What are we missing here?
Because the queen on f3 actually looks misplaced when you play f5 with black. So now if he trades it, it's kind of doing white a favor.
Yeah, that is why the surprise is coming, the voluntary exchange of the queens. Yeah, it's of course the players are much deeper in the position than we are, and there is something that Anish Giri didn't like here.
Maybe it was d4. Maybe it was d4, and there was something that we didn't really consider here.
I cannot imagine what it could be. Just my imagination is not picking up anything.
Maybe move the queen away, queen d3, but oh, take on d4.
Yeah, takes on d4 looks simple. If bishop takes, we have knight b4. If knight takes, we have knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trades on f6.
Interesting what we were missing, but we have the position with trade on f6. And the strategical endgame is gonna be following. No fireworks in this game, unfortunately. But
I'm
good
gonna
that
bet on a draw here.
It's gonna be still a long one, and I think a lot will be decided in time trouble. Simply, we still have 8 pawns against 8 pawns, so no fixed structure.
Maybe f4 is an idea now.
Yeah, now f4 looks very natural, and strengthening also the bishop from d5 with
Now
some
maybe
ideas.
white can do what black was trying to do before. Have the rook on f1 and look at f7. After f4, rook f1.
Black is going to be trying to exploit somehow the position of the bishop by at some point playing back knight d8, c6, b5, or just playing rook b8, knight e7, c6, b5, and just using the fact that there is no way for the light square bishop to retreat anymore.
That's I like that idea. Yeah, maybe rook b8.
Of course, rook b8 immediately would drop the pawn on a5, so it would have to
Yes.
be maybe rook f3. But that is very, very committal in case you have trouble
Yeah, actually, if
against
he plays
f7.
f4, then rook f8 will most likely not work. But yeah, it's the plan.
But it's gonna be now, I guess it, I know, not slow process. So some f4 was played, I think. Some
It
pawn
was
moved 2 squares.
had
Yeah,
to be.
that's
Yeah,
f4.
that is. Yeah, it feels pretty natural to play f4. And I think that rook f1, rook f3, and rook a to f1 is also a natural plan. After all this, and try not to hang the bishop on d5, as you showed.
Yeah, and if there's also going to be a question, how do you react to this from the black side? Since if you put the bishop on g7 at some point to avoid the pressure along the file, then you can be met also with some moves like f5 with the threats of
Can
f6.
he
And
go
if you
knight d8? Maybe he can go knight d8 and follow up with your plan.
so knight d8. Problem is that it's immediately not catching the bishop, since after c6
No.
we can just exchange and then go back to d5. So rook f1, c6, bishop c4.
What do you think about taking on e5 instead of rook f1? Pawn takes, rook f1. Ah, you're gonna take with the bishop.
I think so, yeah, because my bishop is not doing very much.
I thought maybe
f6.
now d4 was nice. Okay.
Yeah, and now I'm hoping to exploit the spin, this diagonal.
You're going to play c5 yourself, following the f4 idea. Okay. I was hoping for some sacrifice on f6 ideas, some exchange sacrifices, but obviously now I have none.
So in case I would take with a pawn, then to play rook
Maybe
f1,
rook
and
f1.
then to just take it if it's allowed.
Just take it, yeah. But still, you could have gone bishop g7. Okay. Most likely rook f1 is the way to go.
So this
Knight d8.
game, yeah, from very sharp, got into very strategical, and but at least we have one game which is compensating with in the amount of tactics for the entire round. And we can take a look at board 3. We did not see much happening
Yeah.
there. So after, yeah, we saw this moment, and now c4 was played with no thinking at all, and b6 was already, I guess, improvisation from the black side. That's how we had knight c3, just exchange on d5, bishop takes d5, and now white is trying to look for the small edge along the central files. So that's why we have rook c1. And now when the rook goes away from a8, queen coming to a4, attacking the a7 pawn and knight on d7. So a5, defending while attacking, usually a good strategy if it works. And just checking the time spent, it was almost instantly spent, and now Teodoro is thinking and calculating in this very position.
Well, it's nice to challenge the pawn on b4 because he wants to get c5 for the knight.
Or simply exchange all the pawns on the queen side. That, of course,
Yeah,
would
I
be
meant, for
awesome.
example, if white wants to keep play something like b5 and hope that he gets some squares, I think knight c5 is unpleasant already.
Yeah, that looks very nice for black. So
So
we
here
have
white should just bishop b5, no? Bishop b5 and rook d1.
some
Something like that.
candidate moves, yeah, like bishop b5. And what does
Maybe
the
knight
knight
takes.
do? Is
But also
this any good?
one, I realize now, rook c8 doesn't win the pawn on a5. Rook takes c8 here. We have to check
Okay,
this a bit.
we have to
Knight
get knight
c4.
c5. Queen to b5, I guess, if you want to keep on to the pawn.
Yes, I do.
Takes.
Takes on a5. And
Looks to
queen a8.
be very safe for black. The pawn. No white's piece can be coming to aid this pawn. They
Even
all
if you
are.
don't, even if you don't play knight c5, maybe with a knight on d7, you actually win the pawn
Just take, and queen a8.
immediately.
Yeah. Although, no, I think now we actually. No, we do. I wanted to play bishop b5 and get the pawn to a4.
Right. But what do I play? Knight c5 or knight b6? Knight b6 maybe.
b6, bishop c7.
And bishop c4. Can I do that?
Yeah. It's gonna be very hard to find some way out of all this. All the exchanges here. A pawn falls and the game will just end.
Okay, so
So
no dropping pawns. Bishop b5 is one way to keep some
yeah,
ideas
bishop a5
flowing.
or bishop a6 to try to force the rook to exchange. Yeah, if we take on f3, then white takes on d7. How is this position?
Guess the bishop has to come back.
Yeah, bishop c7 moves, but I think queen a8 is just good enough.
Queen 8 is, yeah. And after f3, I'm trying to set up the pawn chain there with f3 and e4 maybe.
Yeah, then I take on b4 and we exchange
And you're
everything.
actually winning.
I think we just exchange. We end up
Yeah,
exchanging
yeah,
the
the one
pawns.
on
Yeah.
b4 for the one on b6.
Um, and if we take on f3 just now, then perhaps I was thinking to take, and now at least there is no. No, there is still coming rook d1 if it's if it's coming. I thought I escaped that, but okay, let's go knight f6. And what is this position like? This doesn't look so nice because there is rook d1. I was hoping that there is no rook d1 in this position.
And on queen a8 there's bishop c6. That's why it's not looking so good.
Might be not also like terrible, but it's not nice. Certainly not nice. Very shaky position against two bishops.
Yes, I think black could lose this.
Unless all the pawns on the queen side get exchanged anyways. Because maybe there's no clear way how to avoid all those exchanges. Since now I just want to take, and take. So white has to come up with some move.
Okay, but yeah. I don't know if I want to. I think I want to take on a5. And now
I
think
still want to
again.
take. Still want to take.
Right, let's try to find a way to stop you then. Um, hmm. Don't like rook c1 very much either, because I'm just pinning the bishop there, 95 maybe.
Mhm.
And
And
if bishop moves away, then
I can just start playing for a win, maybe.
that's very optimistic.
Yeah, I'm always keeping in back of my mind the ways to try to win the game. Now
Yeah, but
95, weak
rook
king.
d3.
Here, queen e1.
And 95. That's hard one too, I think.
Exactly. And those pieces are not very comfortable.
Okay. The thing is, if white goes b5 in that position, I'm not sure that it helps too much either. After, yeah, bishop c6, b5. I could hope that maybe I can attack b6, but I'm not exactly sure how.
Yeah, I actually like black's chances here better, since I feel like this light square bishop is already not having too much purpose. It's just standing there, pretty, but with no clear targets. And now I'm just gonna fight for the d file, try to get maybe e5. Bishop has c5, and you still need at least 2 moves to move the pawn to a4, which is not very little. Yes, actually now we have a threat. Rook takes d1 and bishop takes a3. So white does need to come up with something.
I don't like rook takes d8 either, to be honest, for white, because it brings the
Since
queen and
we just get a very
queen
active
d2.
queen. And even though a4 comes, but now we get this position and then we start thinking, like, can we actually squeeze something out of it? Maybe even just bishop d6s. Just getting bad bishop against good knight, since all the pawns are in dark squares on the queen side for black, and white could, black could potentially get the knight to c5 or something along those lines. The king is weaker for white, and certainly zero risk position for black side. So maybe it's not so good to play bishop b5 simply.
Bishop a6 was the other move that you suggested here. Well, yeah, after bishop b5, this line that we saw was after bishop f3 g takes. Maybe bishop d7 was just equal, no?
Yeah, just equal, but yeah, we also didn't find a way to
No, we
untangle.
didn't. We didn't find any way to get an advantage. So on bishop a6, probably rook c1
Maybe rook
or rook
a8 as
a8.
well. Oh, there's rook
Yeah.
a8 actually. I did
And
not consider
bishop's
this move at all.
wait, but bishop c7, queen e8, and then bishop b5.
Mm.
Ah, you have that move.
Yeah, that's why I was so excited the moment I spotted rook a8, because I have b takes a takes before.
Okay.
So then, yeah, it cannot be bishop a6.
Well, but if I move, just 1 second, if I move my queen away on after pawn takes b4, I think the
Here,
pin still
here.
remains. Maybe I can do something. Queen, I guess c2. I don't see any. Ah, you can take one f3 in between.
Okay, so you want to
I wanted
place.
95. Yes. Maybe you can go f6 also. No?
Yeah, I'm of course calculating the ways I could sacrifice a piece here, since I do get a lot of pawns. Okay, I want to go b3. It's a move with the tempo.
And queen Yeah, queen c3, you have bishop f6 as well. So what, queen d2 then?
And how do I make the maximum use of the b3 pawn now? And rook a5.
a4?
Now the next move. Just taking one move at a time. Finding a move and then looking for the next one.
e4
And
is
now
also a
queen
threat on this
a8.
one. Uh-huh. You're not even trying to, to save the
Oh
knight.
no, there is bishop
Uh,
g3. I was happy about my idea of bishop d7, bishop f3, gf, and rook g5.
and rook g5.
But there's bishop g3 simply. Okay, let's take that one back.
But maybe you could take on a3 instead of rook a5.
Yeah, maybe take on a3, knight d5, and I was not sure how to proceed here. Okay, b2 looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
Rook,
d1 or d1.
not an easy decision. Now, of course, I would like to sacrifice a queen and take on e5 and play knight c4, play with two pieces against the queen. But I think I can just play something like queen c8 here.
And only sacrifice an exchange. After knight d7, for example, we want to take on
Yeah.
c7, of course. And this is, I don't know if it even counts as a sacrifice because bishop a2 will immediately get back the exchange.
Yeah, and the b2 pawn is untouchable since there is no light piece that can attack it. No minor piece. So that means that and the pawn cannot stay on b2 forever. You'll have to give back an exchange, I think, to deal with it.
Yeah.
So black stays with an extra pawn. Of
Okay, so a lot of
course.
optimism was displayed in this line.
And here it feels like that's very shaky with only one piece covering the b1 square. But maybe it's good enough. Yeah, actually not sure what is the move. Simple rook c2.
But for example, if you go f6 even now, no, that's knight d7 and knight b6. No, the knight is coming out. Nothing.
This is actually still interesting.
But why? What if you defend? Yeah,
So
f3, for
f3.
example.
And now we have a move, like rook c8.
Maybe even bishop b3. No?
Bishop d3, yeah. That's okay.
Bishop,
Here.
yeah, bishop d3 here, but I meant bishop b3 for black, but still bishop d3.
Yeah, I want to sacrifice on c7 and promote queen on b1.
I know.
It's not working out so easily. Oh, but I can take on f3. Does it do anything? It just looks flashy.
It takes a pawn.
But you just take knight f8. But it looks very flashy.
And bishop. Okay, my queen is hanging also.
Yeah, too many things hanging at the same time, unfortunately. Oh. Okay, cannot make it work.
This was, this was quiet game. What did we do here? It was supposed to be trades. We were trading pawns on the king on the queen side very fast.
Yeah. what happened here. Yeah, and when
So
bishop
maybe
a6, we can't keep trading stuff. We can do this. And one thing that actually, when I played bishop a6 initially, I thought that works is that after b takes a takes b4, we can play rook c8.
yeah.
But this might not be that good because we just take it and there's a checkmate.
No time to take the pawn on b4. Or the knight on d7.
Or maybe there is. Covering the
Okay.
c1 square.
Nice. Well, bishop c6, no? And
Yeah, but still queen a6.
rook a8. Queen c4. Okay. You take the pawn on b4.
Is there no checkmate?
Because of bishop c1.
But it's kind of on the edge, so maybe we can
Yeah.
still make it work. You know, this is
Nice b3 or something. Yeah.
yeah, black is winning. Since we're gonna stay with an extra piece probably.
But actually,
Okay.
what we saw that crazy position that we were getting into was not because bishop a6 was bad, no? For black, was actually something afterwards that was sacrificing the piece maybe is unnecessary for black. So bishop a6, I think black should be still okay, right? Bishop
Here, here,
c7,
here.
bishop here, and here pawn takes b4 we played, and queen c2. But here you don't have to play b3. It was fun to see, but it's not forced.
Just
Isn't
go
it
queen
possible?
c8.
Yeah, just get out of the pins.
Yeah, that's more simple.
So black should be okay here.
Yeah, but maybe it's queen d1 is the move.
To threaten e4.
Threaten both e4 and knight e5. And then we also don't have exactly that comfortable queen c8 square.
There's rook a5 here.
5 a4 again.
A4 again.
Even this position, is it even better for white? With a pawn on b4 and two bishops.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
It
it is
doesn't look
better.
so clear. Yeah.
Put bishop c5 and it's a lot of game. A lot of game for black as well. Knight coming to c3 actually is a very, very strong idea.
So it's we're probably sticking to the trade on the queen side, no? No going, no risking it.
Yeah,
I'm very curious about how the game, the most interesting game of the round has developed. But I don't see many moves here. Just two more moves have been played.
yeah, we can take a look at those quickly and then maybe we can go for a break to catch the exciting time trouble action for that game.
Yeah.
But
Well, they are reaching it because Indic has 18 minutes left.
yeah, and so
He's
quickly played
thinking
bishop
deep.
f6. Very
Yeah.
quickly played bishop f6 by Nikitenko.
We were looking
So
at this idea, I think. What did
yeah,
we say here? What did we said that bishop takes and queen f5? Or
no, that
that
would be
didn't
just a
work?
checkmate.
That would be just a checkmate. Did we say bishop
Ah,
f5?
bishop f8 is now
Or
played bishop.
yeah, I don't even remember what lines we looked at because we looked at so many things.
We looked at bishop f8 as an idea without h5, but now with h5 he
Yes.
just goes bishop f8. But for Indic to be spending that much time in the position, he must be seeing some very, very dangerous stuff because usually I think he is playing relatively fast and being the one up on the clock.
Yeah, but there are so many things to figure out. Like we are looking at queen f5, which doesn't work with the bishop on f6.
But actually, I think I liked the bishop f8 move before much more than now, because now what happens on something like bishop c3? Okay, quick knight h4. Whoa. Or it's
He's
not so
playing very
quick.
fast. This is
No, he.
probably something he's seen before. Maybe he's just trying to remember ideas, but it's
Or we have simply some delays on the moves because the time jumped 15 minutes on
and
the
English
spend
has
time.
24 minutes now.
Interesting. What was the idea here if we just go bishop c3 with a
Queen
very
f5?
clear threat?
Queen d4 on queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5, queen d4.
f6. Extra piece I can give back a pawn.
Yeah, if you can hold on to it, I guess. Yet, so
Knight
knight
h4 now.
h4, queen g5, I assume.
Yes.
Hmm. And black is claiming that this is okay to play, so I guess, yeah, bishop d7, king f7, and just just taking it step by step, one move at a time.
Bishop e7 is also coming next. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why he played knight h4, just to stop the main defensive idea from the black. And while Indic is still having some time to think, and while he's thinking, we could go for the break to catch all the final action of the round later on.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we will be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the fourth round of Sharjah Masters, and the games have heated up, not anymore heating up. We are back with the most exciting part of the round, probably, with where all the action is happening.
We were
And of
very excited to see how that continues. Yeah, we had a break, but we couldn't keep away from this game.
yeah, this is the game of the round, just so crazy. Really. Okay, so we left it on bishop f8, knight h4. So it was, I guess, preparation for the bishop c3 plan. So bishop b7 was played, and now after bishop c3, bishop g7 back, simply. No longer rook e7 coming, so just now bishop g7.
So how
It
does white
looks...
continue here?
Not sure, but it still looks scary. Okay, I want to go somehow very aggressively. I don't know how to do it yet, but let's try queen g5.
I'm trying
Another
to figure
piece.
out your yes, trying to figure out your plan. I'm sure you want rook e7 somehow, and knight g6. Does that involve another piece sacrifice?
Yes, those two things. I don't know if together or separately, and in which order, but that's what I'm planning.
I think bishop c3 kind of loses. Is that? It's funny how black is up a lot of pieces, but then when it comes to defending this position, there's no piece defending.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. We're up a lot of pieces, so we can just go back a queen, and it should not be losing anymore.
Right. How many pieces? Let me count. Two pieces and a rook. Okay, that's plenty of material.
Okay, what about knight g6 then?
And if pawn takes, I have to ask, of course. And oh, rook e8 is checkmating. It's not checkmate. So bishop g. Yeah.
But I have a
Okay.
queen, another rook hanging there. But it's still gonna be three minor pieces for queen. Even that is
Oh,
not end of the world. But I think we have problems with those pieces.
with the pieces and with the king.
Um,
So let me see what you played. You played queen g5 on bishop g7. Let's try to improve for black.
but maybe
We
there
have
was
more
some
moves. We have
intermediate
more
move.
moves.
They exchanged on g7. They exchanged on g7 just. And what? No, that's surprising a bit for me. Unless there is some tactic very clear right now.
But yeah, I was thinking that this could be interesting. Isn't anything like queen? Yep, like queen d4. Because now it's kind of the same ideas that you had before. If he goes king g8, queen f6. Yeah, f6 was of course the question.
So rook e6 must be the
So
move, I think.
queen f7,
Rook e1? No, cannot be.
rook e1, rook d5.
The knight c6 as minimum gets out. Rook e5, we have, yeah. It cannot be rook e1.
But okay, let's move the queen out of there. Maybe queen e3 or queen e3 so that bishop d5 doesn't come with tempo
Mm-hmm.
sometimes.
And do we have to give up a queen once again? With something like this? With an idea just to take, rook e7, knight c6, and we just play this position.
But it's a piece and a rook. At least it's
And
not two
two,
pieces. And
and,
pawns, yes.
and two pawns. d5, d4, d3.
And just like that, you have another queen.
Exactly. So I'm really rooking a piece up right now.
I like how you see things here. Yeah, rook and piece up.
Yeah, probably there are some interesting ways how to start picking up the pawns with all sorts of tactics, but yeah, those like we like coordination of pieces. If black would get still 2 moves, yeah, it should be great, but maybe just now white has time to take care of things.
So maybe let's try queen e4 instead of queen e3 then, because okay, bishop d5 is not yet a threat.
Okay, what if I take bishop d5?
What if you take anyway? Okay, rook takes.
Takes,
Yes, queen takes. What happens?
and I just wanted to go knight d7. Using the fact that both of the rooks are hanging.
Yeah.
You know,
And
queen
if
d6,
I
just,
played rook e7, you wanted a check. On rook
yeah,
e5, rook e7, you wanted a check, or just yeah.
I'm not sure. I actually did not calculate that far.
Oh, this is not so simple because now the king is a bit.
Yeah,
Wait, I have a nice move here. No, I play queen g6.
that's better. Yeah, I should have avoided that probably by taking the other way around, by taking rook takes d5 to have a discovered attack on the queen,
Yeah, I
forcing
don't
you to
like that.
take. And
No, I
then
have to
we
take
get to
now.
the position. Yeah, now it's forced to take, and now we get here,
Right.
and it should be still a draw because this is a big threat. We have to play rook e8, and now we can play something queen c7, pick up this pawn
Mm-hmm.
or this pawn, and it's just a draw.
Yeah, but you have queen e1 and queen e5 trading queens, so maybe
That
there's still life to this.
that ruins the fun. Yeah. Okay. So we would have to play something at knight f3, but then that's a pawn.
There's a
Okay.
pawn up.
Good chance for a draw, but that's an extra pawn for black. So what is the idea here? Nikitenko seems to be very convinced about his position by the speed that he's playing without a piece and just doing moves. Okay, now he's thinking after exchanging on g7, which is curious because I would think that you do the heavy thinking before taking on g7 right now, and once you take on g7, then you already know exactly what you're gonna do.
Maybe he's looking at queen g5 also, now that we are here. Queen g5 could be an unpleasant idea.
Okay, the threat is rook e7.
Followed by queen g6.
So what if I give up some stuff?
I have to take.
Takes.
And now queen takes,
But
or rook
anyways,
e7,
there
you
can
mean?
be rook e7. If queen
Yeah.
takes, I thought after knight c6, I'm safe.
Yeah. 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 Rook e7 has to be the
Rook
challenging way.
e7 and queen g6 is a threat, and not a small one.
No. Unfortunately, I think it might come with checkmate. No, not really. If you go queen, let's move the queen. Let's find a square for the queen. C8. But the bishop can also be
Yeah, we
taken
can
now.
just take and win it
Yes.
that way. We don't
So
need to
let's play queen
calculate.
c6 or queen b5 to have a check on b1. I don't know which one.
Isn't knight f5 a checkmate now?
Yeah. King g8, rook e8. No, rook e8, I don't have
Oh,
it.
no rook e8.
No
That's
rook e8, but queen h, oh, that's not mate either.
so not knight f5. Okay, so we do take on g6, I guess, after all.
Queen g6 and king f8.
Maybe just queen d6.
And there's only one check on b1.
It's so hard to imagine that this is not winning for white.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course, in these positions, again, we have an option to do this. And just queen d6, rook d8.
Mm-hmm. And keep the c pawn. Yeah.
I don't know what to think about any of these kind of positions, really.
Did he play queen g5? I see he's not
He
at the
played queen
board.
g5, yeah. Queen g5 is on the board. This is so exciting game. Rarely you get such a games. Wait, what is knight c6 now?
What is knight c6? What? Wow. Okay, so I can take actually on c6, no?
You can take, but what is this endgame like?
Rook
Isn't it just
d8 and this all
better for
good, no?
black?
Do you have
It
to play rook d8?
just
Yeah.
you have to take on d6, I think now.
Yes.
Rook
Maybe rook
d5,
d5.
and just black is close to having a winning endgame. Knight
There,
c6
he plays
played.
knight c6. Nice.
Wow.
It's easy to miss knight c6, to be honest, when you look at this.
Okay, but it's not over
There's
because
also, I know.
what if we? I wanted to play rook e6, but I can't because queen e6, the same problem. Oh, and also knight g6, rook e6 doesn't work due to queen e6.
Yes.
Wow, the rook on b5.
It was out of play for a long time, and now it saves the day. So what options do we have here with
We can look
white?
at the body language right now. He just saw knight c6 played. He sat down at the board. Is he gonna be just calmly calculating, or there is gonna be?
I think he will take some time to figure this out. He has more time on the clock. He should make use of it.
Yeah, but think just it could be that it was missed. It's very likely.
It's very likely. Also very easy, like I said. But how should he continue? Because suddenly it looks like things could go even wrong here for white.
Yeah, it's. I think it's when you sacrifice a piece and a pawn and drop everything on the attack. It's always is the risk that if the attack doesn't work out, then you lose. That risk always exists, and he maybe needs to go for the sand game and just try to somehow hold it, find some
I see that we have another
defense.
draw in Theodoru versus Dai. The game actually ended the way we predicted, that they traded everything on the queen side, traded the pawns. White won the pawn, and then he was going to lose the one on a3.
So my fear or dislike on the lines where D and C pawns get exchanged because it's total draw. It's just really being accurate.
It's really being confirmed. Okay, and Abdusattorov won his game.
He moves
He was
on
playing
to.
on board 6.
Mhm.
So he moves on 3, right?
Yeah.
He was on 2 points and he won. We're gonna see him tomorrow on camera, most likely.
Yeah. Most likely he is gonna be back at the live boards, and we haven't looked at the board one in a very long time, as we could have a sole leader
Let's see.
if there is a. Okay,
Decisive.
yeah, Inchich could be winning a game. I guess our conclusion right now is that White has blundered. I guess
Yes, I think he just missed the knight c6.
we're not using
I have the
engines.
same
We don't
feeling.
even have the evolution bar, so we have no idea what is the deck. ancient saying in any way whatsoever, but it just feels like there is no place for any hidden tricks anymore. In general, the white pieces are standing in the kind of way that there is not from what to make tricks. Everything is blocked because of the spin on the fifth rank. And so we're moving to board one to see if somebody could join in the lead in case he wins. And
How did
there,
they get to this? We thought that this would be easy to play after queen f6. They traded an f4. We looked at that position and thought, yeah, looks pretty drawish.
not drawish maybe, but just that it's going to be a long strategical game. And d4 came, and I guess, yeah, I'm not a fan of d4 unless you can, it works out tactically. And he tried to make it
e5.
work tactically with e5 now.
I thought that this e5 didn't look good because I remember we had this position on the board and I kind of gave up on it here, thinking that if e5, yeah, black will be fine. And he probably is fine.
Yeah, the bishop is so bad on c3 somehow. b5, the very typical way how to try to create weaknesses on the queen side or to create a passed pawn. And he chooses to allow a passed pawn rather than to have weaknesses and tries to solve it tactically immediately by playing c4 and exchanging as much pawns as possible. And now we have probably the most sharp type of endgame that you can have when both sides have two passed pawns connected running.
Such a curious position, this big pawn mass in the center and the connected pawns on A and B files. But maybe white's pawn mass is not so easy to advance. You go d5, then knight c5, I guess.
There's a pin on the bishop on b2.
Maybe bishop d4 here.
But giving two bishops with these kind of pawns feels a bit wrong.
It does. But I was hoping that the central pawns would advance this way. So rook d2. Rook d2 or rook b3 because the pawn at least doesn't advance.
A4?
But you go rook b4. No, I was thinking rook b3 instead of rook d2. But you could go rook b8 no? On that.
That I was thinking that I could go bishop c2 and trap
And
the
on
rook.
rook b2? You're trapping
Just
the
trap
rook.
it.
Ah, like that. Yeah.
3, a4, a3, and
This is totally lost. Totally lost for white. Okay. So the rook has to go to d2.
I don't know if I
a4.
can afford to play b3. Seems risky, so I'm gonna go with a4.
And I should also play something like c5 maybe.
Again, which pawn? b3 maybe now? Since now it's not gonna be stopped. I didn't like before after b3, bishop b2, a4, bishop coming to a3. Now you're not in time to do that.
So I should push as well, one of the pawns, c6 maybe. Yeah.
And I think the problem is that these pawns don't cross this diagonal. And b2, b1.
Yeah. Or you could sacrifice on b2, but only if the pawns in the center will do something. And I don't think they will. e5 is hanging at the end.
But maybe somewhere it's important to include some intermediate move like g4. While the bishop has nowhere to go.
Okay.
Actually, I don't like that because I have to go back to d7 now.
And now white wins another tempo with c5, c6.
Yeah, so maybe bishop f5 was completely unnecessary right now, and I do start simply with a4. Keep it as an option.
And c5, you could put the bishop on b5 then.
And then I have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop on b5 looks nice, but in the same time I can also just go b3 now. And on c6, bishop f5, I reach the same position.
Right, and the bishop has squares.
I think it's risky to give up the bishop. So maybe we have to prepare for black's pawn push.
So how do you prepare d5? Because I don't see a way to cover c5. Or maybe you play d5, and on knight c5 you play bishop. Oh, but bishop b1 doesn't really look good, does it? The a pawn advances. Okay, no, that doesn't seem to work.
In these positions, it's always so confusing to really know where to start calculating. It's just so many little things happening. Okay, what if I go bishop e4?
Yeah, then rook. Actually, the rook was fine on the a file, so maybe rook rook a7. Then you pin the knight. That was your idea, no?
Rook a7? And my idea
Or
was
d5.
c5.
Ah, I thought it was d5 and bishop d4.
Yeah, I wanted to just get some, at least a few tempos there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Of course,
it's
a4
very,
is the question, but you go c6.
yeah, a4, c6. He did play bishop e4. And
I think rook a7 might not be the best square for the rook. Now that I see you advancing the c pawn, maybe c8 is the square for the rook.
yeah, it also attacks the pawn, which is nice. But c5 anyways comes. And c6 is
a4.
anyways a threat because there's d5 fork.
Right.
Maybe there's no fork just yet, but it will be sometimes, since you just have rook c2 attacking the bishop. But once the rook leaves the a file, the problem I think is rook a1 threat.
Yeah, but we will play a4, no? I think we're gonna go ahead with this.
Oh,
No?
yeah. But okay, let's try. Does c6 work or not?
Yes.
He does play rook
Rook
c8.
c8. Okay.
So let's see. c5, a4, c6.
Takes
Takes,
and
takes, takes. There, here, 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 here.
and rook e8 first, and then you have rook d8.
Oh, that's actually worked out
That
very
worked
well.
out really well, yeah, and very fast. Okay.
So c6 is a move. And sorry, can you hear that? Is there some background noise or it's fine, the audio? Because I hear there's some motorcycle going outside
I
like
heard
crazy.
something, but it was very low.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Do you have a competition, motorcycle competition in your neighborhood?
Not, I hope not, but you know, there are some of those bikes that are intentionally made as loud as possible for some reason. Yeah.
Okay, so on c5, then I cannot go a4. Is that what this means? Does it mean that I have to go bishop b5 first?
Oh, that could be nice, simply to get the bishop out. It doesn't get stuck. Okay, but if I could go c6 then I can go c6 now.
Knight g5.
Okay, that is a problem. Yes, it is a very big problem. So I lose a pawn due to, yeah, this extra motive
Yeah.
of knight coming to g5. So Wait, sorry. So on bishop b5, it gets a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. Bishop b7, rook c7.
Yeah, it gets uncomfortable to make the next move. So c5 immediately doesn't seem so appealing anymore. I think we are going to be taking moves back here in this position constantly, as it's just so complicated.
How much time do they have left? 30 minutes and 20 minutes. Not so much time for this complicated position that we have now.
Mm.
So how can we prepare for this? Bishop d5, but bishop d5
Doesn't help. You just go
doesn't help,
a4.
no? Yes. And c5, c6 is probably still not a threat.
Okay,
Also because I think black is faster.
what
Rook
if I go
b1.
rook b1? Can I manage to...
If a3, you want to move the bishop and stop the pawns, right?
I want to go
Yeah.
bishop a1.
Oh, but now I have a2.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that at least I get a blockade. The pawns are not going to come. Then I want c5 and to get them somewhere from that side.
Okay.
Just to weather the storm, to know which way I have to set up my pieces, and then to look to advance my pawns a moment later. But works, doesn't work, I don't know. Also, in this position, maybe there's just rook b8.
But maybe you can go c5. Ah, now a2 on c5. No, a2 you take it. Sorry.
Maybe knight to c7 now.
And
Then you
somehow
have
block the pawns.
to watch out from these ideas.
Bishop b3, yeah.
And now I don't know if to exchange the bishop immediately or to start by pushing the rook back and then to exchange it.
Okay, but still the black pawns seem stuck, no? Even if you trade the light square bishop, how are they advancing? Let's say we take on e6.
I think
You
that
could
now
even
we are
take with the pawn, maybe.
losing those. Oh yes, I like that.
Just make
That
sure they're
is,
not moving anywhere further.
and with the knight on d5,
And 95.
that seems like a
Okay, so
technical grind.
I shouldn't trade bishops that way. I was thinking that if we take the bishops, the light square bishops off now of the board, b3 is not advancing, and because a3 is always hanging, maybe I can blockade the pawns. But how do I just trade the bishops? I don't have bishop a2. I cannot defend the bishop.
And also the problem is that even if he would achieve that, knight d5 would come and f6 would come, and I think it could get very easy to play for black. But yeah,
Okay,
so
so let's not play c5 at all then. Rook b8 was played here. And now I went c5. Maybe not, c5 is not the way. But
then
what?
maybe bishop d5 was not the way as well, because yeah, it looks dangerous.
And it feels like the bishop is cut off from defending on the queen side also, from d5. So maybe it's better on some other diagonal.
But the problem, yeah, of course, comes down to what do we do with the c4 pawn? How to best defend it?
Maybe you play d5.
Allowing knight to c5.
You gotta give some, not have everything, and put the bishop on b1.
Okay, let's
The
check
pawn.
the pawn pushing method.
Yeah.
Feels dangerous.
Of course it does, yeah. This is as far as I got. I don't know, knight d4? No, but knight d4, a3.
A3 and yeah, this is not gonna be good. E5 is also a weakness, which we can just attack now. Bring in
So maybe go bishop d4 instead of knight d4? I'm hoping that somehow I will play e6, but I can never get that to work. A3 and e6 does nothing. Well, maybe now e6.
yeah, so looks like he also got excited about bishop e4, the same like I did. And then he realized after rook c8 that it's not also easy, and he's spending the biggest time that he has spent on one move in this game. I think like 20 minutes already. So yeah, it doesn't matter what is the engine evolution in this position. It's just somehow tough to find moves from the white side. And the problem a bit is also that if you don't find the moves exactly in this moment, precisely how to finish the game off, you are still going to be forced to find some moves a bit later, and then you're going to be forced to find them in deep time trouble.
I'm sorry, I just want to take a moment to say hi to my friend Stanislav, who I see here in the chat. He'll probably see this 15 minutes later. But hi, Stanislav. So what else do we have? Do we have anything else to try here for white?
Go rook c.
Just a simple approach.
I have no idea how does it help anything. I guess it doesn't. E3, B3 coming. Yeah, the knight on E2 is so awkwardly placed. Just cannot get it out of there. It's just a bad square for the knight right now. And I think that's where all white problems are coming from. If you could get a knight to d5, I don't know, get a knight to d6, get a knight f3 even, I think the game would be looking completely differently. But on e2, it's disturbing more than it's helping. And that's
It
why we
feels like
can't.
all the pieces are in the way. All the white pieces are in the way of everything.
Yeah, the same feeling that was before the queens got exchanged, when it was a possibility to play king h7, maybe to break f5. It also felt like that. And now in this endgame again, the same feeling.
Do we have any more things happening on the second board?
Yeah, they are making moves, so we can take a look at that one. There's been a big progress. Oh, I know.
Just one progress. Oh, what? The pawn is on c2?
And on g6. Wait, what
So
happened here?
we left it on knight c6.
Queen g5, knight c6, f4 got played, c3 got played.
Well,
So
you always said that you are never down a queen. You are always up a rook and a knight.
five, c2, he
And he
takes,
takes.
and he
Oh,
played
no
it
more
so
moves.
quickly with black, like he had perfectly calculated this position. Rook d1.
It was like, oh, you're bluffing.
Yeah, he just fearlessly went to this one.
I don't
What?
believe any of this. Queen g6 didn't work, right, with the rook on e1?
Apparently.
There was nothing to it.
Yeah, this rook is useless, and the queen is just
At
coming
least
to
it's
defend.
cutting off the king.
Yeah, but the queen is coming over.
Right. Okay. So rook d1.
So we have
But this
rook
is a
and
lot
a
of,
piece.
as like you said, you predicted this. Rook and a piece up. But for example, if knight e5, is there anything that white can try? Isn't everything?
Oh, rook f1.
Oh, rook f1. There's a check there.
And then we start to do things over here. But is this even winning? I want to hide on c7, if I'm allowed. Ah, but we have at least a draw now. Okay, we can escape to a draw, not let the king run over to the other side. So not 95 here. Should be something more.
I was trying to defend against queen g6 ideas, but yeah, that doesn't work. Maybe I should be defending against rook f1 ideas.
But it's so surprising that it came so quickly, these moves, as it felt like there's a lot of reason to calculate there.
He doesn't have much time left either. He couldn't spend everything there. No, it's 12 minutes left. He still needs to figure things out here, for example.
Maybe he's confident that this is just good. What other ways we could have here? What about knight e7? Same idea, just hiding on
Covering
c7.
g8.
Just covering the square there. But so now we still cannot let the king run away. Same problem. King is being held there on the king side against its will. We just sacrificed the rook on d5.
Yes, have to say that I have been looking at it, but didn't really take it seriously.
Let's just see. We sell so much that we can even consider these kind of moves also seriously.
Yeah, but rook f1 is still a question.
Now king e8. Now
And
there's
queen
not gonna
g8.
be. Yeah, now we can just go here.
Rook f7.
Aha, now we have rook f7. That's a new thing that was not there before. Okay.
Yeah, there was a knight on e5.
There is no other way. Yeah, king e6, queen g6 anyways. Yeah, that's it. It feels surprising to go so voluntarily with black to this position because there's all those checks, so many perpetual check ideas. And was f4 really that strong? What is white threatening?
f5.
Oh, he goes for knight e7.
So what was wrong with knight there? Queen h5 was... Well, we didn't really find anything really wrong with it, but we thought that the king was still stuck on
In
the
a way
king
that
side. So
I thought that the king is not gonna be able to run away. It's just gonna be a draw. That's what I felt like is wrong with this.
okay, let's see if we can not make a draw. Queen g5.
There's nowhere to go. Okay, king f8. But
But
then
maybe you can sacrifice the knight somehow and clear the queen, cover with the queen. Maybe you can go, yes, knight g6, queen g6, king h8. I'm a bit afraid of that position, but if it works.
it's like we could get checkmated as well there.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, just ideas like this.
But I want to let go of that knight, so I don't really mind. King h8. Okay, so now there's no checkmate. Maybe I have time to bring my other rook. Yes, to f8, I'm thinking. Oh, that just runs into queen h6.
Yeah, at least a perpetual.
Yes, okay, so not rook f8. I take it back. Queen f6 is don't know if a checkmate, but also at least a perpetual.
What is going on? Maybe king f8 now.
Mm-hmm. And we don't mind rook f1.
At least now there's no check, and it's black to
Not
move.
yet.
Maybe now king e8.
Uh-huh. And then you run away if queen g6.
Oh, there is rook e1.
There's rook e1, king f3. So this was played. Let's see what he's going to show here after queen h5.
Yeah, this was played, but I will be very curious to see what was actually happening here if you just play rook e8. What is the point?
Let's see f5 anyway, no?
I don't exactly understand this move.
But there's f6.
Ah, f6 and then to take the rook.
Yeah. Or
Even
checkmate with queen h6.
even
Ah,
this
if you go there.
feels good. And this position feels good for me, for black. But that is already a bit blundering. But okay, so that is the threat f5. And now he wants to take the knight and play f6 and stuff. So let's say now I try to bring my knight somehow over. Let's like 98. What exactly is going on?
I want to play f6 and sacrifice something on g6, but I don't see how that how can I make that work.
Yeah, I will be very curious to see what was there. If there was actually something, or it was nice bluff idea with f4. Just of course, such an exciting game. Very hard to keep track of things on the board. So many lines to calculate. Okay, we had king g8 now. What after queen g5? Is he really
I
gonna
think
try?
I think knight g6 and then there's no knight f5. We were seeing before, knight f5 was very annoying. But now
Of course, also now you have to calculate if you don't lose against moves like rook d3 or rook d4. Since the king doesn't have many friends right now. Just rook d3, rook d4, and
well, I was looking at rook d3, rook takes d5. And is that a checkmate? Yeah. King f8 as queen h8. Okay. That looked like
that
checkmate
looks
incoming.
pretty dangerous.
No, that's not it. I should at least take with a bishop if I want to do that. At least the knight would be protected.
Because if you play knight g6 now, anyways, you can just go rook g3.
You want
Okay,
rook f1,
rook f1.
queen f7 threat.
A lot of threats, actually. Just keeping the king over there. But now, can I survive at least with rook f8?
I thought we were trying to win this with black.
Yeah, I don't like it. I was trying, but I think after 97, I can't imagine how. I think this C pawn idea was a bit too slow. There had to be some other way to approach the position. We don't have time to look at it, but
But if even here, how is the checkmate if we are looking for a checkmate for white? After rook f8, for example, with
after rook
bishop.
f8, yeah, this is the way how to try to survive. Yeah, I think with some idea like this,
Ah, but
and
queen e6 and knight. Ah, queen e6, king h7.
yeah, and then maybe here is just some draw. Although, yeah, now king g8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what if I'm brave and I take on d5 instead of rook f8 and try to
To which
defend? Okay,
piece?
I don't know. I was
I don't
thinking
know.
bishop to defend. Oh, knight. Yeah, but oh, right, knight because on queen g6 there's queen g7.
Okay, but still we are gonna have queen e6 and it's gonna be at least okay. Okay, so bishop
Okay,
takes.
yeah, let's try that to cover the diagonal at least. It was important in some lines.
Queen g5,
Knight.
6, knight takes. He took knight d5.
So here knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah, at least now it feels like white doesn't have time for any extra moves. Since black is gonna be ready to get some game on their own. So he has to act. Okay, but this is probably the principled line. Queen g7, queen e6. Aha! And we don't have time after moves like this to play rook f7 because there's just rook b1 and queen exchange on e5.
Ah, queen e5. Oh, yes, queen e5 is nice.
So in these kind of positions, we would need to play rook knight g6, but then the king hides on h7. Rook f7. Now there's no queen exchange because queen is pinned.
Very important detail. But maybe there's a lot of pieces, so you don't care that you lose the queen.
Yeah, just how to play next.
Rook b1, king h2. I'm trying to find something on g2, but oh,
Rook
or
g8.
yeah, rook g8 would be the simple.
Have the extra piece, and if you take, knight f8, king h8, and now I'm ready to sacrifice on g6. G6, and now maybe you can win this with black.
Yeah, if
If
you find a way to get out of the checks, no? If you run away.
yeah, if there is a way to run away, say you play something like b6 to have everything protected. Although it doesn't
And
help.
h4, no? h4 is a bit annoying. Yeah. Maybe you want to play rook b4, but you lose d6. Do we have moves? We have some moves, I think.
And not in the live board,
No,
maybe.
not here. We have a
Yeah,
lot
but
of moves in Anish's game.
in this kind of position, I think what's gonna happen that when you play some moves like g4, and we
Yes,
don't let the king out.
but I was hoping that now I can do something. Oh, okay. On the long diagonal, I thought, but maybe not.
Something like this could happen now. I think we're going towards that if queen g6 is played.
Yes.
Seems.
Does king h8 work instead of queen g7? Rook f7, I guess.
Yeah, f7.
And then I have
Seems.
rook b1. I don't know how that helps, if it helps. King h2. He played queen g7. So yeah.
It seems like it doesn't help much, yeah.
They're following the line that we were checking out before.
I'm still not sure who is better in that endgame. Is it white or black? If the king would get past the g file, then it would be probably fine for. Like, I would favor black, but if the pawns are coming, and the moment you try to bring your rook around, you lose some pieces due to checks, then it could be just good for white. But I think he's going for it.
He has to, yeah. It's not much choice either.
After knight g6, there is no way to sacrifice a queen. Not in time to do anything fancy. So we do have to go king h7. And then after rook f7 is maybe the only moment. After rook f7, there's actually room for choice, because rook g8, it doesn't look so good as a move. After rook g8, we took, and we for some reason took back with a rook. What if we take just with a king?
Mm.
That would help a lot. We have queen d7 and take on b5, but this is the kind of position that we want to play with black.
This is a better version with the rook on g7. You keep the better rook, not the one on b5.
And it's defending the king. All the pieces now are gonna help the king. It's not cut off. Okay, so that could be the point, not to take with the king there. So maybe also white doesn't need to take on g7. That's the next
exactly.
question.
Yes. White doesn't need to take on g7. Maybe some knight move, knight f8, but rook f8.
But also in this moment, we might be able to find some better move than rook g8. If we want to take with the king on g7 anyways, then maybe there's something better. What about rook b2?
I'm trying to sacrifice on g2 for some time now. And I haven't yet found the way.
Or I don't. Maybe it's better to give a check and then go rook b2. That the king would not have an option after rook g2 to run away. But still, the idea is.
I guess he
Indeed.
can take on g7 and take knight h4.
Huh.
Okay.
He can take. I thought he has to play knight h4 maybe to threaten queen g6.
But now knight f. How's knight f4? What is knight f4? Queen f5 maybe. Queen f5 and then you can take the queen.
Or after rook g7, queen e7. I think there's also a perpetual check gonna be. But yeah, then we can we take, and that feels like a safer version. Two rooks actually against the queen feels much more safe than rook and two pieces. As there with no pawns to hide behind, we're gonna be finding some checks. Bishop c8. Wow.
We've tried everything but bring the bishop. Bring it
Okay,
back to where it came from.
that's a
Why
nice
not?
thing because it forces some things, but one thing that it doesn't do is cover f8 square, so let's see that.
I have to. Is king h8 forced? Maybe it's not. Maybe king g8 is also possible.
But that's at least a draw if you have to go to h8.
So let's risk it and go to g8. Rook f6.
Okay, does rook d7 work? I
Rook
think it
f6, you
does.
can take the queen, you're right. I was hanging the
And
queen
here
c8.
it's a checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
that
king
that
h,
wins, I think.
knight,
I know,
knight g6,
almost wins, but
king h7.
at least we have a perpetual now, a knight of 8. So I think bishop c8 blunders a perpetual check. There's no way out. Unless there is a win for white. It's just, it blunders a draw. Maybe in this moment. Wait. No, but that doesn't change anything. We still have rook d7. If we need to. I don't like bishop d7 because it cuts off the 8 rank. It was so good that we finally had a rook. Finally we got the
Yeah,
bishop out of c8. And now we cut it. Yeah, again we cut
we
the
put
rook.
it back.
It was an active piece with all those ideas and
Well, if you, yeah, bishop c8, knight f8, you have to go then back to f6. To h8, sorry. And then, is there anything better than knight g6? Like queen e8?
that
But
is
maybe the,
somehow hard to imagine that it could work. And
there's no bishop on g2 and on b7. Ah, you always have the check on b1 and queen e5.
yeah, and queen d4 check as well. Yeah, so we're gonna see I think we're gonna see a draw in this crazy game. But can it be? Which was the mode that we were checking? Oh yeah, we were checking just rook g8 now. We didn't see what happens, how white can do anything against rook g8. And then to take with the king on g7. Maybe there's some lines how to make a draw, but white would still need to fight for a draw. Because we have we have attacking ideas, and you can't just do such a
And
simple moves anymore.
and knight f8 was not working here, no?
Yeah, just take it with the rook.
And queen f5? King h6.
Wait.
Ah, king g8 defends everything. Okay, yes.
Yeah, and then we run away. Wait, what happened? No, he didn't play knight f8.
He took, what did he do? He took on g7?
Is he
Bishop
playing it for a
c2?
win with white?
Maybe he's playing it for a win? But
After the bishop c8 move, actually, it makes sense a bit. Because if we count it like this, it's 2 pawns for a piece, kind of. So it's not so bad for white. And the king is so exposed. And now we have to coordinate the pieces somehow.
he must be playing for a win because on knight f8, what else was there?
No, yeah, I guess, or he just didn't see the rook d7 idea from distance. Looking at it, also it can sometimes happen that there's like some one idea that just doesn't come to your mind, and then you're just nothing works for you. um, hmm.
I'm very curious about how the evaluation was here. Would be fun to figure all these things out.
I want to play bishop f5 as a move. I really want this rook to finally get out
It's time, no?
with a second
It's
try at
fun.
least.
It's move 36 and the move from the rook from a8 hasn't come out yet.
Although knight h4 might work now. We have after rook f8, we have the queen d7.
Ah, but maybe knight. Wait, am I blundering knight
Ah,
f6? Am I blundering anything there?
yeah, queen
Queen
e7.
e7. Ah, queen e7 right away. I was looking at knight f5 first.
Hmm.
Maybe it's time to get the rook out of b8.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Knight doesn't have
And
any great squares. Okay, let's say knight e5 now.
yeah,
Seems
I was
like the
thinking that maybe the rook can come out to b6 if I'm not blundering the bishop on c8 with any checks.
that's what he played also. Rook a b8, knight e5 is on the board instantly.
Rook 8 to b6 is my suggestion here.
No. Oh, there's zero checks. No checks, no
And
checks,
maybe
no
the
checks.
bishop can go to e6 and make this nice and safe around the king. Oh no, you have a queen g5 check if I go bishop.
But it's not
It's not
that
what?
dangerous,
It's not
maybe.
anything. After all
Ah,
the things that have happened, I kind of don't want to find out.
yeah, it could be just enough for a draw, though. Hmm. Queen g5 is coming. So what about bishop f5 to cover with bishop
Mhm.
g6? g4 could come, although then we can get checkmated also somewhere, somewhere here accidentally. He played bishop f5 in this moment.
Oh, so not rook b6. Yeah, okay. If of course, bishop f5 maybe perhaps makes more sense now. But if g4, I transpose with rook b6 at least. And you could go
I
to
think
g6. Bishop e4 also, yeah.
bishop e4, then we at least have a perpetual again. Unless king runs to g5.
It's not the first time the king reaches g5 in our analysis.
So, how is the king doing there? Is it enjoying its life?
Threatening checkmate, I think so. Threatening checkmate. I think it's enjoying it. Rook b1 and rook b2 is checkmate. Knight
Yeah,
f4.
perfect king. Game over,
Perfect, yes.
yeah. All
King
you
is an
had to,
attacking piece in the endgame.
all black needed to do in this game was get with the king to g3. Yeah, I think white had to take a draw. It seems too ambitious to play this for a win. I think it's kind of, yeah, he must not have seen the draw because this position, black has this insurance kind of situation that he always can give up one piece or give up an exchange for the knight, and he's gonna always have a draw anyways. So for these reasons, playing for a win probably is not exactly the case that happened here. It's just that he must not have noticed this perpetual check.
And I think Anish is going to win his game.
Yeah, we can switch that to
To,
that.
yeah, just briefly see what's going on there. Because this game is very exciting and we'll definitely be back. But this
Uh,
might actually be over soon.
so what
Oh,
is actually
it's over. It
happening?
is over. After a2, I see the players signing the score sheets, so it's over.
So the d4 pawn is falling.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if
rook
rook
d1,
d1,
then there's
knight
knight takes
c5.
c5,
I
and the rook
assume
is.
that this is how the pawn on e5 was won, no? With the rook on d1.
Yeah, something similar happened, what we are looking at. And the bishops got exchanged, and all of a sudden there's d pawn, and just
So the
takes
rook's
now.
on e1.
So after takes, there's probably knight c5.
Uh-huh. And the pawns advance.
So he didn't like that, so he went. rook b1 attacking the b4 pawn, and now a2, nicely discoordinating the rooks for white.
And if rook b2, you take on d4, and that's it. Yeah, knight takes.
Here everything is over. Wow, nice endgame.
And
Just
it's funny because we thought it wasn't, after the queen's trade, we thought it wasn't so dangerous for white, but maybe he overestimated his central pawns when things started happening with
yeah.
d4.
Yeah, I think that general, apparently now we also see where was the problem. Like here, apparently c4 was just a problem, and simple rook a1
In
was still.
hindsight, c4 seems like a bad decision.
Yeah, since those pawns promoted, then it seems like a bad decision to to allow that to go.
The logical conclusion.
And just that this position is still equal. But it did fail already here, just this whole setup with taking on e5. A bit maybe rushed, maybe had to prepare a bit more. And then later on do those decisions, and it would be much, much harder still for black to get the game going. Because I don't think it was all so much about bad moves as about easier plan. And that's what worked out. Okay, congratulations to Anishgiri taking
Well,
the lead
if
at the moment.
yes, he would be in sole lead, I believe, if Indisch doesn't win his game as well.
And
Because we had draws. Everyone with 2.5 made draws, except for Anish, and a game, Indich's game, which is still being played.
yeah. So what is happening really here? So
This is the position that we have now on the board, right?
yeah, king went to h2 to get away from the checks. Maybe also to prevent king coming to g3. Not to get
Rook
checkmated.
b6.
The good thing for white is that black is in big time trouble.
Okay, I see that
Something.
Salem also won his game. He was
So
on
he
board
moves to
5.
+1.
Yeah.
2.5 out of 4.
Yes, he moves on 2.5 in the leading pack.
Bishop e6 accepting a draw. He just had seconds left on the clock, so he didn't know what to do, so he's accepting a draw. Or am I missing something? It's just gonna be this kind of moves and the game over. There is no way to hide from checks anymore.
King h7, at least queen h5, and we are in the same situation. But there's queen g6 still to calculate as well.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think
that's
he
why
wants
we're
to
gonna
risk
see
it.
just king f8
Yes.
and queen d8, yeah.
One moment. Is knight g6 worth trying here?
Probably that gets dangerous, since the king runs
He's
away
covered.
out of the reach of knight. And a4, he's still playing for a win. Okay, he has an insurance of queen g5 now, so he's trying something. Like attacking the rook cannot be a bad move when you have an insurance to give a perpetual check.
No, and I think he wants to play a5 and ask where the rook from b6 is going to keep the bishop protected. You go a5 yourself.
Does he want something in this? No, that's not
But
possible.
yeah, even this we were saying that is not so clear.
All of this can give chances for black to play for a win.
Rook c5.
And now the perpetual check. Yeah, just a scary position with the queen there, and just opting for a way out. Probably not noticing immediately how to avoid it. Maybe rook b6 is not that great of a move here, and just had to look for ways to get the pieces to work together somehow.
I'm very impressed about how White keeps pushing and never accepting the draw. He knows that he's ahead on time, and the Black's position is far from comfortable.
Yeah, just hoping to find some blunder constantly. But yeah, so now we'll see if he finally decides that it's the moment to stop or no. Because it tends to happen that you overdo it as well, and then you miss this one moment, the last moment when you can make a draw, and then it's
It's
then
too
it's
late.
yeah.
I think if
And
Black might manage to put a bishop on f7 and bring it back to g6, it will all be okay.
Queen g5 played. No, that's an
No,
h4. No, can it be?
Queen h4.
He's trying to do something in this. Some discovered attacks, tricky. Just trying to win in time travel.
Very resourceful player.
But I get a feeling that this should already be good for black. What about knight e7?
You want
Oh,
to
that's his
give it
plundering
away?
the knight. I forgot that.
I thought you had a plan.
No, 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 no. That was just me trying to get things going. Okay, so now there's no perpetual check anymore.
Well, there we go.
At least not no perpetual check in a clear way. Cover the d8 square. Keep the rook on the protected square. Yeah, this is a very good strategy in time trouble in general. This is where a lot of young players often are struggling. And I mean like young players, just still very, very young.
Inexperienced, yes.
Yeah. That in time trouble, they try to make some very, very big decisions. But for example, where it's a lot of checks and a lot of things uncontrolled, it's so important to have your pieces protected just to avoid those blunders. So now queen g5 came, rook king goes to f8. I think it looked like that. I wanted to say to switch to some check out still some games of some junior
Well,
players, but I don't think we can leave this one.
things keep happening. Let me check for you, see what's been going on, and I will tell you what we have. So, okay, so Tabatabai also won his game against Grebnev. Let me see where Faustino is. Andy Woodward is playing against Mendoza still. Baby Sara is also still playing. And where is Faustino? There he is. He is still playing.
Five maybe will come. King just
He's
wants
on
to
board
hide.
15, yeah. It's another strange position in his game.
Oh. Okay, maybe we'll have a moment to look at it a bit later. Now I think it's a big moment. Is King running away to b7, a8 or no?
So how do you keep the king from getting there? I'm guessing by playing queen. Yes, h8 I was thinking.
Gotta do something tricky with the knight to achieve that.
Yeah. King e7 only move.
7, queen g7 probably the only logical move. And
He
then
repeated a few times or not? No, he didn't. Sorry.
king f8, king e8, king e7. No, still no repetition. Queen h4. Okay, so he's trying to get something like this.
Or knight
That is
c4 maybe he wants, but knight c4.
But now it's clear also that Indic is playing for the win as well.
Everyone is playing for a win here.
Yeah, but that's the only way to keep these kind of games alive. If
Oh, so this
people,
happened, yeah?
yeah. So
Nice
we're gonna,
four and
uh, yeah, but this is so risk-free for black, I think. Still, that was the
maybe
kind of point.
white thought that the two pawns on the king side can advance.
I think there always will be a way to give up a piece for 2 pawns and secure a draw if necessary.
Yeah, that's also true.
Now, I guess the big question is, do we want to take AB or do we want to just take on c4? Because we could just play king c5 and force white to take and achieve this position, which maybe is big improvement that we have a pawn, which actually
I
helps
think
to
it's an
do something.
improvement. It's easier to go after the pawn on e4 as well.
Yeah, and because our pawn will be able to at least hide from some checks, because the queen is gonna be giving a lot of checks in this game. We might be here still for a long time.
I was checking briefly Bibi Sara's game. I think unfortunately she's losing today. It doesn't look nice at all.
Yeah, but still, even with that, still a good performance so far and a lot of
A lot
room
of
to
games
fight for the
remain.
norm.
Yeah, probably
So
doesn't need a very high score with this kind of opponents.
we're gonna see a5 played to get the pawn forward as much as possible. The knight is the perfect defender against the checks from the queen. That is why this position I think is so great for black, because with the knight and the king being nearby, yeah, that's what we have on the board, this position. The perpetual check is highly unlikely. And now we can start to coordinate our pieces for picking up the a pawn, which is actually quite easy with bishop d7. And then and if you do take the a pawn, then it's going to be running very quick. So white has to start running with the pawns as well, while there's still some time.
It's funny that in Faustino's game we also have black also just gave up the queen for bishop and for a piece and a rook. He was also not forced to do that, but I think
Something.
he's trying to. Oh, and it's a draw. Yes. Okay.
Oh wow! And it looks like Indic is not looking to fight this one out too much. He also wants to secure it, since he allowed queen a6. He could have tried to prevent it, try to pick up the a pawn, but I guess he just does not want to calculate any of it. And now when he takes the h pawn, he doesn't have a way to lose anymore because the pawns are disconnected, so they are very easy to stop. But of course now there's no way to win as well for black, since there's no pawn left, and technically only white is playing this one for a win. And if he somewhere try to win the pawn, it usually is going to come with the cost of exchanging the queen for the minor piece and the rook, and that's going to just automatically fix the draw.
Okay, I think this game must have been very tiring for Indic. I think for
Yeah,
both players, but for Indic more because he had to find good moves to defend. The game wasn't, the position was never easy. And I felt like White knew the positions a bit better. Or at least he played them faster.
or could we still see some very crazy stuff once all the three pieces come close to the king? Maybe some mating patterns?
Maybe.
Yeah, now I like rook
Okay.
b4 move a lot. It's such a move to ask questions. Of course, you can try to do this as well.
I actually like the bishop f5 e4 idea more. Because if rook b4, queen e8, that's the follow-up.
Now I have time to make a knight move.
Oh, and you probably want to go, yeah, to f4 with similar ideas against g2, should b2 maybe.
Yeah, but being so tired is just so, again, the smart idea in time trouble. Keep the pieces all close to your king in a way that everything is protected. Just don't, it avoids any possibility that you blunder. Because the tiredness, it just plays a very big role.
Can
Okay.
white try to defend that? No, I don't think he's going to even try to defend g2. No?
Yeah, think he has to choose whether to play a5 or to go for perpetual check attempt at least with something like queen b8 and use the fact that king is not so able to hide now in this moment some ideas like this. And if king coming to d4, then we have again those diagonal checks which are very hard to stop. And we
I don't
don't
know.
want
We've seen we've seen white playing for a win for the whole game.
to
He's probably going to play. Okay, he played a5, of course.
but now it is scary. Okay, now he's all tried the perpetual, but maybe we can escape it. This is the moment when... Okay, he wants to give queen b2 with a check to be able to give up the queen, so then push a6 maybe. But if you want to play this for a win with black, then we needed something like king f5 to work. He doesn't try to do that. So we're gonna see queen b2. That's pretty certain.
And probably
No,
king c3.
g3. What? He played g3 now. Cutting off the rook from getting active since the bishop is blocking it.
I told you there's not going to be a short draw here. White
Rook
is
coming
going to try to
rook
win this.
and back to g, but you can also so quickly lose it. It can be a checkmate in few moves as well. If you miss a moment where there's no perpetual check anymore.
Okay, how does he get? He's going to try to play 6. How do we do that?
It's hard to protect both of these in the same time.
Yeah. And I don't have any funny things like pushing a6 and giving a check and a double attack to win the rook either.
Maybe English is already feeling the fact that your opponent is very unwilling to make a draw, and he's trying to use it against him.
It's very annoying when your opponent tries really hard to beat you, no?
Yeah, but sometimes it's something that you can use to your advantage already when you control the position, and then you just provoke your opponent. I wonder what was happening if you just go king d3 now. He went knight c3, but
a6. Ah,
yeah,
a6, you want rook g3.
yeah, I want to take on g3, and other than that, I want to get my king over to f3. But
This is today we're playing a different kind of game. You win the game if the king makes it to g3. You don't need to give a checkmate. So knight
you,
c3 and what? Queen d2. I have king c4. King b4,
he
king
just
b.
wants king on d3, and then there are no checks. Again, when the knight is next to the king, it's the best team to defend against the queen's checks. And then knight e2, he just wants to pick up the pawn for free, or just preparing the rook
Checkmate.
h6 idea. Just
Or
somewhere win the
somehow
game.
checkmate. Maybe it's a good idea to not allow that and play queen d2.
Maybe he's calculating if he can allow a6 now. Oh,
But
but
he
there are
can,
no checks. We
can
can just take
he
it.
can, yeah.
And there's no immediate draw, so we will be just struggling here with white now from this point on, very much so. I think there are no two checks in a row, even in a normal way.
I think after queen f2 I might find a second check.
Yeah, just not in a normal way. Yeah, like king d3, and then you had the king of queen f1, like the only one, right? But it could be
Yeah,
just
I need
lost
to.
because you were in a cage already.
I'm going to get checkmated for sure after queen f1.
Yeah, just and then we checkmate with a knight and a bishop. Wow, this is such an intense game. One
So
of the
white, how much time does white have? 30 minutes? Is that updated? Do we have that?
yeah, 11 minutes
11
still. Yeah,
minutes,
had
yes.
13 minutes before the move. Now thinking already for 2.5 minutes.
Let me see what else has happened.
Yeah, so Salam we won the game. We already mentioned that. Abu Sataro
Mhm.
also won the game. Board 7 is still playing.
Which is
And
also a queen and versus knight, rook, and pawn. It's the third game already where a queen is
Tabatabai
missing.
won the game, his game, so he's also gonna be on the very, very top for the next rounds. And yeah,
Well,
that's
I
still.
it looks like white will win his game in board 10, Woodward against Mendoza. It looks like this pawn and game is completely winning for white.
So
We're
Andy
going for a
Woodward
decisive.
could be
Andy
winning the
Woodward.
game.
Yeah, I think he will win if he hasn't already. It's pawn and game with 2 extra pawns, what I see here.
And the very nice thing what English is now doing, he is not overthinking things. He was playing in 1 seconds, under 1 minute, making moves, and now he did simple moves, the kind of moves that he knows that definitely doesn't blunder anything. And he's up to 3 minutes, and now he will have time actually without stress to seriously consider what's happening in the position. It's also something to learn from, just in these kind of moments, not to be on every move running back to low on time. Just yeah, pump up the time, use this extra 30 seconds, and then think about stuff. Okay, king
So king
h2.
h2, this kind of gets out of a lot of ideas with knight e2 check. With, there's no rook h6, that's important. But what if he tries to, yeah, rook g7?
Ah, okay.
Ah, rook
Just
h6 you want to play.
I just wanted
But
to
since
take the pawn.
there are no checks, no? Are there any checks from white? No. So
Oh.
rook g7 threatens rook h7, winning.
Oh, that's what he does. Yeah, I had the same idea of rook a6, and that white is probably very inclined to defend the pawn, and later maybe checking ideas might appear.
Yeah, you could have
Uh,
tried with rook a2 if you win that pawn.
okay, yeah, this is unstoppable since bishop is controlling this square. Do you give up the pawn at least to make some space for the king with g4, or do you
I
just gun
was,
the
yeah,
king
I was
out?
wondering about the same thing.
Or maybe you don't care about rook h1 check.
I
Although
think
it's
you should care because rook h2 is the queen as well.
yeah, I meant like on moves like queen d8.
Ah,
But it seems very careless not to care about it. Yeah, king gets out to e3. But even this position, I don't like to let the king out, but even if I let it out.
actually the king feels safer on f4, no? It was much better to have it on
Yeah.
g1
So
maybe.
maybe here knight d1, forcing king to e2. And do I have anything clever now? Oh, that's what he played, queen d8.
Fearless.
Okay, now there are checks, but what about knight e2? If it doesn't blunder the rook, it could win the game immediately since king is in the cage. No way out. Even g4 doesn't help. Rook h7 is
No, it
unstoppable.
doesn't help. Yeah, yeah. So what checks does white have? There's queen c8.
And
And
that's it?
that's it, no? Okay, so queen c8, king d3, for example. Or king d4.
Queen d4, because now there's again only one check. After
On
queen
d8.
d3, then we... So queen d8. Now we go...
But then there's queen b6 if you go there, no?
Yeah, that's we don't want to allow. So we were on c4 just a
We
moment
were on
ago.
c4, yeah. Don't go to c3 because queen f6.
Okay, so maybe we go in different directions somehow. Queen... Ah, king b3 doesn't work. There is a
Yeah,
check here.
oh, it doesn't work.
Queen b5. Okay, we have to defend the pieces. That's the problem. Okay, so maybe queen d3, king d3 has to be tried. So that on queen d8 we could at least play king c2, and then we hide on e1, and that should be. Although
Yeah, yeah.
maybe in that moment you can give up the queen and make a draw, because the king is too far away. As
Give
the
up the
two,
queen and make a draw.
like
Wow.
give up the queen because the king is on the back rank, and now it will be impossible to stop two pawns without giving up a piece, for example.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
like
maybe.
something like this, and that this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
maybe.
I understand. And a6 now.
Ah, but the king is so passive.
Yeah, let's see if white doesn't have anything better than that. I think this is the last thing he wants to calculate here.
So after this move, queen
There's also
a6.
queen a6, yeah. And king d2 maybe?
Good. So we want to hide on e1. So
Yeah, but queen
oh,
d6.
queen h6. Ay ay ay. Ay
All
ay
right.
ay. Ah,
And
so
king
we
e3
can't go
also
here.
doesn't work.
Oh, so it loses.
King c yeah, it loses.
No, it
King
doesn't lose.
d3. It doesn't?
We can't. I wanted to give up the knight and to get back the queen, but there's no way not to give up the rook.
You can only give up the knight with check. King c2.
Okay, so it was not winning, I guess. So he also calculated that. He lost all his time calculating probably knight e2, and now he is giving some checks.
Will he give another check with rook h1?
He could regroup the
Or knight
knight,
d2?
or knight d5, yeah, just regrouping the knight, not letting the king out. Now he has an insurance of perpetual check, since king has no squares out.
And maybe he can try to look for a checkmate with king d3. No? Yeah. And king
Yeah,
e2. On e2 there will be no checks in this position.
the knight could come actually to e3 if we play some careless move like a6. This could get dangerous very fast. Like even some lines like this, there could be just some way how it's over.
There's at least a perpetual with knight c2. I think.
Yeah, we could should do that. But I really would like to win this one. Threatening checkmate, but now white would start checking, and the question would be, can we hide anywhere? Oh, wow, this is...
g4.
This,
There's no perpetual. Yeah. He just, I feel like with every move he's finding the way to ensure that there will be no draw.
this feels like the kind of game after which both players are really gonna need to play some bullet.
Or need a rest day.
Okay, but he's going for checkmate. I like that. King
Of course.
d3.
But now king f2 should be the question. King f2 and what? H2. That's not checkmate.
Maybe rook h3 he's gonna try after king f2. Just to keep it in. And this might be unpleasant still. I think we could see some queen f8 move after this.
And probably win it in case of rook f3, no?
Rook f3, I think it should lead to a draw rather quickly.
Yep.
But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know. The pawn on a5 looks dangerous.
But there would be no need ever for black to risk and play rook f3. Yeah, just that would be very careless. Since the positions after this is very, very safe. And we are actually trying to win this with black, so maybe now knight to e3. Ah, no, queen a3. I wanted to hide with the bishop on d5. So then maybe knight to c3 in this moment. With some ideas of knight d1 as well.
Mm-hmm. And you checkmate that way. That's a nice checkmate. Knight d1 and rook h1. In case of, yeah.
Might be not so easy to stop it.
I guess a check will work. A check on d6. Bishop d5.
And now on this, at least I have a way to cover up with a check.
There's another one on a6. That king d2 and no more checks.
Yeah, that really feels good already.
Queen f8.
Immediately. No king f2. Not allowing rook h3 move to gain the tempo.
Also stopping king e2. Because now there are checks.
But now we have knight e3, the move we didn't have before.
Threatening rook h1.
That's a very big threat.
And if queen a3 now?
Then I hide on f3 and I'm so close to the winning square to g3.
You took that seriously. I like that, yes. 2 more checks and you made it.
Yeah, but actually, seriously speaking, we
Maybe I
can't.
give
Queen
it
f2 doesn't allow. So close.
Gotta stop the thread, no?
Yeah, but we can go knight c2 and still keep threatening. And also queen b5,
Yeah.
so we can go to f3.
Well, I don't think I can stop you anymore. But let's see if I have any. But now there's no threat, no?
He actually played knight e3. The threat is probably to bring the knight back to e3 and then to make things happen a moment later.
No checks, I see.
Or maybe this is a threat as well. Would be very fun to find some way to prepare rook h1 sacrifice and king g3 being a checkmate somehow. Or no, or like, and a checkmate with a knight and a bishop with a queen still on the board. Could it happen? Is it theoretically possible? I guess we would need to first cover some squares.
You need to have g1 covered, no?
Yeah, the knight would have to be much closer somewhere. Okay, knight e3. I think it's tough moment for white.
And this is on the board.
This is the position, and white is gonna start running lower on time. But this and this was the idea, right? King e2 and then knight c2.
King d2, yes. And on king d2, we still found, yeah, that was the way actually. Knight queen b2, that's what we were seeing. And here knight c2 was our analysis.
Yeah, and it feels like black is very close.
I'm trying to figure out if there's any way to checkmate with your idea with rook h1 in that final position.
I guess not gonna happen, but some checkmate could happen. Some other one.
Like, for example, after king f3. Not the right side to checkmate, though. We're looking for something for black.
He played something. Knight c2, come on. Yes, knight c2, queen b5. Let's go. And now king f3, queen f1 though there is.
But I thought I could you take on a g4, no?
Yeah, but at least there is more freedom for checks, maybe?
So king e3 then. Not allowing that check.
Yeah, on now queen c5, we go knight d4 back, maybe? Yeah, that could work. Queen b6, then knight here, then there are no checks at all. And on queen c5, we can go knight d4, and if we come here, then bishop d3. And there is no stopping these knight moves.
But there's queen c1 check.
Still check. Okay, but king here, this is still a check. And actually checkmate after rook h1.
After rook h1. So if queen d1.
Queen d1, knight e2.
Ah, and king f1, rook h1. Yes, you're right. That's the way. It's very easy to go into that and not realize that you run out of checks.
And queen g5 has a check. At least we don't have, or do we have king f3 here? Because there will be mate on h1.
And now go king g3. Or king e2.
But then queen f2 works. But now if we go king d3, king e2, that's threatening checkmate. And after queen f2, we come to d3, and now we cover from the checks with a check.
So queen g5. And here we said king. No, we actually didn't look at this, but king e2.
We can take the pawn on g4 after king f3, queen f6, and king g4. But I think he wants to use the g pawn to be on the board to have a way to hide from some checks a bit more.
Nice idea to do that. But king e2, doesn't it sort of transpose to what? Ah, he played king f3, okay. Queen f6 looks. Well, it's not forced.
Oh yeah. Queen f6, and then maybe he'll go king e2, and then queen f... but we don't have the knight on d4. This is a big drawback. The knight is still on c2, it's too far away. So...
But does he need to give the check on f6?
Otherwise, I think we get knight on e3, and then it's gonna be good. Or no, we get knight d4, knight d2 threat.
No, but for example, if queen d2 here, you can take on g4. Trying to find a way to get some checks, but no. You just take on g4.
Take on g4.
So if a6, just being very optimistic.
Okay, knight d4. Threatens
Yeah.
checkmate.
Queen f6 now.
And now the king.
Queen f2.
Okay,
anyways,
he went queen.
Queen e5.
Not letting knight to come to d4.
And not allowing king g4 either. Yeah.
And in case of knight e3, I guess he wants to give checks.
Uh-huh.
And on king e2, go to say queen b2 check. And we already would have a twofold repetition. But it's black to move, and
Nice.
I think he's
Makes
gonna
sense to play
take
knight.
king g4 just. I think he has
On queen
decided to take
f6?
on g4. On queen f6, he's gonna take on g4, yeah. Remove the knight, the pawn, and then he can use f5 square as a way to also shuffle around the pieces. Because now we don't have f5 square to cover from checks.
Is white
Now,
forced to give the check on f6?
after a6, I think this is working. Ah, no, it's
Ah,
not. So
queen f.
close.
Why not? King f2?
Because we can take. Yeah, that was nice, but the bishop
Well,
is
we
hanging.
were saying that the players are tired after this game, but I think we are equally equally tired after this game.
But wow, it's incredible. White is not wanting to give up the pawn even. But this has to be lost now. What about rook f4? It looks such a straightforward move. Rook h4. I mean, so many threats. Bishop protected. We have double threats and just... Okay, he went rook d7. But I think rook h4 is winning basically on the spot as well. But maybe rook d7 also.
But rook b7 allows a check on f6, which was not allowed with rook h4.
Yeah, but the threat is this, yeah. And rook d1 is in general unstoppable.
So if queen f6, what? Bishop f5? No, bishop f5, queen c6. Queen c6, king g3. Yeah, maybe that's it, and no more checks. Bishop f5. There's a check on c6, but king g3.
Yeah, that would win. Maybe in this moment we can still somehow stay in the game with white. Say play something like queen c3. Stop knight g4 from coming.
Yeah.
But it looks like it should be over very soon. Just have to find a way. That's it.
I don't know. Does rook d1 and rook d2 work? We have again that strange endgame that you thought might be a draw anyway. The idea is if it takes, there's knight f1.
I think it works because of how bad is the king, really.
Okay, both pawns are stopped, so you go knight c4 and knight b6 and stop the other pawn.
Yeah.
It's easy to get there. And I think if you don't give up the queen, I was hoping there will be a checkmate, but I haven't really seen it. We can try to find it if you want. So king g1. Yeah, king h1.
This should be just immediately a mate with bishop e4. He went bishop f5? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think white is a bit overplaying it. It was very important to hope to defend that he had to give up the g-pawn. Because the fact that there is a g-pawn on the board, it's helping black a lot. Now when the pawn is on g5, it is just working as a defender for the black king. It doesn't have any use of stopping black's pieces. And okay, he's trying this defense with queen c3 actually. So we might see that. Rook d1, rook d2. That would be pretty. Rook d1
Yes.
on the board. And maybe he just... No, what other move? Knight f1 now. Knight f1 just went... Oh no, what?
It's pinned. Yeah, knight f1 would be such a
it's
nice
a
resource.
it's a long game.
It was a long game for everyone, not just for them.
Yeah. And not simply long in the length, but long in a way of how intense it was tactically.
Very tiring, yeah. Yeah.
Just you constantly calculate. Not using any engines, we are also here. That's why we're constantly blundering.
Oh, see, he found a better way. Rook d3 and knight g4. But is it a better way? So there's a check on c6.
Yeah, I wonder why did we need a check.
King
Yeah, what?
f2 runs out of checks, no?
Oh,
King f2 and knight g4.
that is so elegant looking. Just
It is,
yeah,
yes.
he went king f2. So this is a checkmate then in two different ways after knight g4. So the only way to stop is, I guess, to pin the knight.
Right.
One of the ways. But then, okay, probably on b6 because from c5 we have 0 checks.
Yeah.
And then we could just see something like rook coming to d8 and then rook h8, unstoppable mate. So probably queen b6 is the last hope because we have b2 check. And no.
I'm looking at rook d2, but I don't see how it's a checkmate after the king move.
I got it.
What?
I got my checkmate,
Oh, you got your
finally.
check.
Here it is.
Oh, so that's the way to win it, no? And everyone wins this. Toms wins with his checkmate and Indich wins.
Okay, he plays.
No, but rook b3 was really nice.
I don't know if it achieves anything because maybe there comes queen d4, but I just found the idea, so I'm really happy about that.
Okay, but king f1 is checkmate, yes? King f1 threatens checkmate and bishop e4.
No, because king g3.
It's always a way out, no?
But yeah, but on a6, for example, now we do threaten king f3, king coming back somewhere. If it comes here, then we include rook g2. If it comes here, we start with bishop e4, I think.
And the queen f6 check?
Then we go with a check to the side.
Yes. Yes.
So maybe
That's
king
really
g1
nice.
here. Oh wait, that's wanted to get to g2, and here on bishop e4. Again, if you try to give a check, I think I will just find a way to cover here. Even knight f5, right?
Queen c3.
e4, knight
Happy
g3
girl.
checkmate.
So is this the classical way of pushing it until you lose it?
Yeah, that's what we exactly that. Uh,
Pushing it
I
too far.
very common in my games. Okay,
Let me see
queen
if there are
g
any other games while we have developments here.
queen g2, knight f1. Oh, I think it's coming checkmate by force. Yeah, he resigns. That's it. Bishop e4. Okay, not even checkmate, just taking the
He wins
queen.
the queen.
So yeah, queen e4, we on knight g3 and take the queen. That's it. Wow,
Wow.
Intich wins the game. And tomorrow we have a matchup of Anish Giri against Alexander Indic. That is already guaranteed. They are the only two people on 3.5 out of 4.
And we're going to have Abdul Satorov. I'm very excited to see his game tomorrow.
He's gonna move already to board 2, since he's the
I
highest
think so.
rated player, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
not
Should
many
be on board
people.
too. We're gonna have a lot of people with 3 points. A lot of
Yeah,
people.
very big group. And So just to round up the results, yeah, Anirgiri won against Zemlyansky Ivan. So we saw just how Indic Alexander won after incredibly exciting game against Nikitenko Mihail. There were so many turnarounds in this game, so many tactics. If you didn't see it, then we suggest, I think, to play it back and look at it, at, and also at all the lines around there, just trying to figure out. It's crazy. And then we had the draw on board through three again. Dai Changren against Teodoro Nikolas. Kozak Adam with Visach had a very quick draw.
The
And
first game to finish probably today.
yeah, and then, yeah, on board six, Abu Sataro won against Nigmato, who was still another person with 2.5 out of 3. And then, yeah, a lot of results overall. Today, we had a lot of results to games in a group of 2 out of 3, which was a bit of a difference compared to the other days, where we saw draws dominating, very much so. And tomorrow it all continues, the same time, like today. will be
Nothing
or
changes until the end of the tournament.
Yeah, the same schedule, and it will be the midway mark, round 5 of the event. And so I guess we are saying goodbye. Thank you all for watching, and we'll be also taking the the rest after this very crazy and exciting round.
We asked for exciting games, but we were not expecting this one. It was more than expected.
Yeah, it's hard to expect something like this. You speak about it, but you don't actually believe that it's possible.
I'm actually excited to see the game against Danish tomorrow, although I suspect it will be a more quiet game.
Yeah, that is very likely. That's gonna be a more quiet one, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna be a boring one. And even if it will be not so exciting on the board, I'm sure that we are gonna find some ways to sacrifice some pieces for them.
Okay, so
Okay,
thank you everyone for watching once more, and we'll see you tomorrow.
yeah. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.